can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. Whoa. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Okay, New York City, you guys are on alert now. Hopefully you know that already. Tropical Storm Watch has been issued for your area because of Henri making an approach. So you've got tonight. Look how beautiful it looks in New York right now. That looks great, doesn't it? You've got a little mix of sunshine and clouds. We're getting ready for sunset coming up. So spend tonight, spend tomorrow talking to your people, make sure everyone's aware and everyone's alert, and get ready because things are going to go a little intense from time to time, potentially on Sunday, and you could get some good damaging winds. You could get a little bit of storm surge, flooding rain, all on the table. Here's the latest with Henri. It is a strong tropical storm, maximum winds around 70 miles per hour. It's moving north-northwest at this time. We have new tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings since this morning, so this is new information with the warnings on about the eastern two-thirds of Long Island and southern parts of Connecticut. Here's a look at the latest forecast track. Notice this has shifted a little farther off towards the left or west for today, so that puts so many populated cities into play here for a lot of different hazards and threats. So let's break them down. One of the things we're worried about, Mike, is the torrential rainfall with the slowing of this system and coming in on the heels of Fred.
That's right. You know, Fred really did a number on us. We really can't underestimate what can happen then with Henri just a few days after Fred moved in, right? We had some serious water in North Carolina where we had elevation that was playing effect. Look at the raging water here. Trees were going down left and right in Haywood County. 4 people have died there during the flash flooding. 5 people are still unaccounted for. Bridges and roads have been washed out. And again, the ongoing search for those 5 remaining people. And then Fred moved into the Northeast. And how about what happened in Worcester, Mass? Look at this. We had water up to the roofs of cars here. That's how much rain we had. Many places had 3 to 5 inches of rain, a lot of it happening in a very short amount of time. And Henri likely to dump even more in many of these waterlogged communities, unfortunately. So we thought we'd give you a look at the images. Obviously, it's devastating, right? But then we show you the numbers. So you're looking at a map here, and the color codes correspond to certain amounts of rainfall this week alone. A lot of yellow and a lot of orange on that map. And really right in there, within the cone then, so we overlaid then the cone of Henri. Look at a place like Hartford, Worcester, Boston. You've had 3+ inches of rain this week. Here comes Henri, Dr. Nab. So there are going to be some places here. I'm thinking, a Hartford, a Worcester, a Springfield, a Boston, a Providence. And then you go interior Northeast where, the terrain becomes a bigger factor as well.
And Mike, I am really getting concerned about an inland flood and maybe mudslide event for interior New England, in addition to the flooding risk in the big cities. That cone that Mike showed didn't have intensities on it, but you don't need that to realize that's a category slow kind of scenario. And the Weather Prediction Center's excessive rainfall outlooks go, in 3-day increments. Today, Saturday, Sunday. There's going to be another one for Monday, and Sundays could have a bigger risk than this. It could be expanded and increased. We could have one of those high-risk days, but look at all of you at risk for flash flooding just starting Sunday night, and Monday morning. And I want to show you the global model forecast. That is a big, big concern for interior New England, in addition to the big cities. We could have a big volume of water going way inland in New York and up to Vermont and New Hampshire. That's the Euro. Here's the latest GFS, a similar flavor. New York City at risk, Boston at risk, Hartford and Providence at risk for flash flooding, in addition to Albany, New York, and a lot of places inland. Now watch why this is going to be such a problem. Once it gets to the Northeast, if the Euro is right on Sunday, watch how far inland it goes. So there's Sunday night, and there's Monday morning, hanging out over eastern New York into Monday night, and Tuesday morning, it's still over New England. And Jackie, I just can't believe how much water this could drop and how many trees it could fell because of the moist soil.
Yes, this is a very dense area in terms of tree cover, and take a look across the Northeast. You can see all of that green indicating the really dense concentration of trees all across this region. So we've already had a lot of rain. We've got a lot of tree cover. In addition to that, all of our trees are fully leafed out or have fruit on them as well, which adds to the weight of all that. Now, 90% of all tree roots go within about the first 1.5 to 2 feet into the soil, and with all that rain which has come down, it just soaks the soil even further and makes it very loose. So it will take less wind than normal to down some of these trees, and that is going to be the concern going forward. So keep that in mind, and you need to be prepared for power outages, perhaps be prepared for power outages for sure, for at least 3 days, maybe more. Now, be sure that you stay with the Weather Channel. We've got our live T coverage continuing with Tropical Storm Henri. You can also download our app on your TV. Our coverage is also available on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV.
Tom's versus
The most populous city in America now in the bullseye for impacts from Tropical Storm Henri. City officials say people should plan for difficult travel conditions, heavy rain, and the potential for flooding. New York City officially now under a tropical storm watch. But boy, what a beautiful view there tonight, that's for sure. Welcome back to Weather Underground, everybody. Hope you're doing okay on this Friday night. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris.
Hi, everyone. Meteorologist Mike Betts. Looking at that shot there, Jack, you wouldn't know anything's coming.
Yeah.
But we've got a tropical storm, potentially a hurricane, that is now lurking. And so, a place like New York, and then Hartford, Boston, Providence, Rhode Island, these are all places that are solidly within the cone of the forecast track. And by the way, New York, the National Weather Service office, they're issuing the watches and the warnings. And seriously, it is the first time they have done that since Irene, a decade ago, back in 2011. Last time, by the way, that we had a direct landfall of a hurricane in this area, 30 years ago, 1991. And if you look at the stats again behind Boston, last time they issued hurricane watches back during Irene 2011. So, Dr. Neb, it's been a decade since many of these places have had this kind of impact from a storm. I know Sandy was a little bit different because it was kind of a post-tropical system at that point, but it's been a while, so we really need to pay attention to this one.
Yeah, now, if Sandy happened now, we'd be able to put up the hurricane warnings because of the post-tropical cyclone approach that we have now. We'd be able to put up a storm surge warning because that has been instituted since. So a lot has changed in the past decade. Got a lot more tools in the box for the warnings, for the different hazards, and that's what we got to focus on. What wind, what water could happen where you live, not just what is the storm doing, what category is it, and where's the center going to go. Now, let's talk about the storm itself. Max winds at 70 miles an hour. It has made that turn almost to the due north direction, and we've got a lot of Hurricane Hunter data coming in, and the NOAA plane, the NOAA P3 that made its first pass earlier, now is coming in from west and going east, and they're getting winds close to hurricane force. We'll have to monitor that closely because at any time that the hurricane specialists at the Hurricane Center see hurricane force winds based on data from the Air Force or the NOAA plane, they will send out an advisory, a notice, a statement that it has become a hurricane. The Air Force hasn't gone into the stronger side of the storm yet, so we'll see what they find. We'll keep you updated on that. And again, intermediate public advisory on Henri coming in less than a half hour. An update to this track and intensity forecast coming at 11 p.m. tonight. But again, whatever category based on the wind it is down here and however strong it is at landfall doesn't change that this is going to be a category slow storm and a bigger one horizontally, even as it's weakening, coming ashore near that tropical storm hurricane threshold. And again, the winds of tropical storm force and the heavy rain will start early on Sunday, before the center of circulation comes ashore, maybe later in the day. And given all of the changes in intensity and size and the uncertainty in the track, we got a large area under tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. The winds could go into interior New England all the way out to the Cape and northward. Speaking of the Cape, you got the storm surge warning all the way out to Buzzards Bay and the south side of Cape Cod. That's where the highest storm surge values could get. Jackie.
Thanks, Dr. Nab. Well, with millions of people potentially in harm's way, we want to get you caught up to speed with what we know. In Massachusetts, the governor is asking residents to avoid travel this weekend, especially around the Cape and the islands. The National Guard in Massachusetts is on standby for high water rescues, debris clearing, and public safety support. All state campgrounds, pools, and coastal beaches in Massachusetts are closed through at least Sunday. Now, the governor there is telling residents to just stay home, and if you have plans to be at the Cape, change them, right? Just delay them. The Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is live in West Dennis, Massachusetts, where they're already getting ready for a storm that they haven't seen anything like this in decades, Mike. I mean, it's been a while. Are folks doing all the right things and getting ready?
They are, but right now they're enjoying what has been one of the most beautiful sunsets I've seen so far this season, as the sunset at 7:33 here over West Dennis in the northwestern sky. And on the opposite side of the horizon, which is always the case, 180 degrees, is the almost full moon, the waxing gibbous full moon Sunday night and or Sunday morning. That affects the tides, the astronomical high tides. Our high tide here on Sunday is going to be early afternoon, and that will coincide roughly with the strongest winds and the highest forecast surge of 3 to 5 feet. So again, the moon is not going to help us this time around because we're going into a full moon this weekend. Also under a hurricane watch here, we'll be watching the winds. We could get gusts of 40 miles an hour, maybe higher, so certainly can't rule out some spotty power outages on the Cape. Right now, the rain does not look like a major impact this far away from the track, but that could change. We've got a complete update and a new track coming up just before 11 o'clock Eastern from the National Hurricane Center. Our coverage continues around the clock all weekend right here on the Weather Channel.
Most accurate forecaster, the Weather Channel.
Glad you're with us tonight for our extended coverage as we track Tropical Storm Henri, likely to become a hurricane. Could happen as soon as this evening, but likely to increase in intensity before it makes a landfall, potentially now in the Northeast. 70-mile-per-hour wind, so it's a high-end tropical storm right now. It's got good form to it. It's got a lot of outflow, especially on the north, and really, truly from about the north side, I'd say almost about 270 degrees here. It's outside of Cape Hatteras right now, but it's going to go past, we think, the Carolinas. And notice then a little bit of bend back to the west here. Potentially, if you follow that center track, a landfall along Long Island, New York, right up through Hartford, slowing down, weakening inland, but a very slow system once it comes inland, potentially producing a lot of rain for us here and a prolonged period of time, Jackie, where we'll be in high winds as well.
Big cities are being impacted or likely to be impacted from tropical storms, soon to be Hurricane Henri, and that includes you here in the nation's most populous city. You're doing fine tonight. A really pretty view here of New York City, but you're now under a tropical storm watch. Parts of the Bronx and northern Queens also under a storm surge watch. So let's get right to our hurricane specialist, Dr. Rick Knapp, for more in-depth on what New York City can expect.
Yeah, so New York City's in the cone and you're under a tropical storm watch, but what are the details that are embedded within that could play out here? Now, first thing is that the winds of tropical storm force likely to start arriving in New York City Sunday morning if they get there, well before the center of circulation gets there. So you got tonight and tomorrow to get prepared and get into your safe spot. Now, this tropical storm watch could be upgraded to a tropical storm warning, especially if this westward shift in the track continues. And as of the latest advisory, New York City, right about that 50-50 shot of getting sustained winds of tropical storm force, that would be at ground level. But in New York City, you've got a lot of buildings, and that adds at least two complications to the equation. Number one is you could have funneling between the buildings to make the ground winds stronger than they otherwise would be. And then when you go 20, 30 stories up, the winds will be stronger anyway than they would be at the surface because you lose the effects of friction. And so I would be very against someone sheltering in a high-rise apartment with the window. You want to go to an interior part there because the winds could be a lot stronger. And get ready for power outages. Tropical storm conditions can do that in a big city like New York City.
All right, Dr. Knapp, thanks for that. Now, a lot of our viewers have questions, and appreciate everyone sending those questions to us. Facebook and Twitter is where you go, and we've got, of course, a guy that can answer your questions. So, Dr. Knapp, we're gonna put you on the spot here. Are you ready? All right, so here we go. Our first question this evening, Mark wants to know, will if it hits Long Island as a hurricane, will it be devastating?
Well, it doesn't even have to be a tropical storm to be devastating. It's about where you are and what hazards you're at risk for. Now, let's talk about what risks you're at at risk for in Long Island, regardless if it's a Cat 1 hurricane or a strong tropical storm, because there's not much difference in the impacts there. In addition to the hurricane warning, which can cause, the hurricane force winds can cause damage and cause the power to go out, the storm surge warning is in effect for most of Long Island on both sides of that island. And that can cause life-threatening saltwater flooding and wave action on the coastline. In addition to that, look at the rainfall forecast. Long Island is really squarely, as well as New York City, in an area that could get several inches of rainfall, regardless what model you look at. So, Mike, there are a number of different ways that at someone's individual house, this could end up be devastating. Doesn't mean everybody will experience it. Your home or your community could get flooded by salt water or fresh water. A tree could come down on your home. You got to be smart here. And that preparation and being smart will lessen the chances that it's devastating for you personally.
Yeah, prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Now, Sebastian, who's 11 years old, Dr. Nab, has a question for you. Wants to know how much wind and rain can southern Vermont expect? He says there's a lot of road that are out because of flooding a few weeks ago still.
Yeah, no, I wanted to bring back the modeling for the rainfall forecast for southern Vermont. This could be a big-time inland rain event. Southern Vermont, one of the areas at risk. Look at that forecast from the Euro model, in addition to much of New York, southern New Hampshire, western Mass, all the way down to Long Island that we just talked about. That's the Euro, and that's the GFS. So interior New England, with the moist soils, with the mountainous terrain, with a storm that's going to sit over you for a couple of days, very high risk of flash flooding and maybe some mudslides. Now, I want to mention Irene briefly, not because I think that this will play out exactly like Irene did in interior New England because of the flooding, but that's the kind of thing that can happen somewhere in interior New England. So the risk is significant depending upon exactly where Henri goes after landfall and who gets the heaviest rainfall.
Yeah, the forecast just is not promising when you look at that, and we know that there'll be isolated pockets that get, a lot more than that, depending on the forward speed here. Dr. Nab, great stuff there. Don't forget, keep sending in your questions on Twitter or on Facebook. Include the hashtag Hurricane Questions. We'll do our best to answer as many as we can live here on the show tonight. And a lot more coverage still to come, including with Mike Seidel from Massachusetts.
Band practice.
Welcome back to Cape Cod. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. We're tracking Tropical Storm Henri. It is just on the cusp of becoming a hurricane, and we've been looking out over the Atlantic at the moon. Now, this is a waxing gibbous. It'll be a full moon on Sunday. Why is this important? Because the moon affects the tides. When you're in a new moon or a full moon, you have the astronomical high tides. We're going into a full moon this weekend, so that'll mean the tides at high tide will be a little bit higher. And here, high tide on Sunday, that's going to be the one we're concerned with, the one in the early part of Sunday afternoon. We're under a storm surge watch on the Cape and a hurricane watch. We'll see if that changes at 11 or tomorrow morning if they go back from a hurricane watch to a tropical storm warning. That remains to be seen based on the track. We'll have another complete update at 11 o'clock. But the 8 p.m. intermediate advisory is just in. And Dr. Nab, what we've been waiting for is for Henri to make a turn. Has it done that with the latest update?
It has. It's now moving due north at 7 miles an hour. So it was going west yesterday, then northwest, then north-northwest, now due north at 7 miles an hour. And the max winds are still at 70 miles an hour. How do we know that? We've got both NOAA and Air Force hurricane hunters inside of Henri right now. So here's NOAA, and both the SFMR, the Step Frequency Microwave Radiometer, that instrument that sits on the underside of one of the wings and looks down at the ocean surface, that measures wind speeds with remote sensing. That measured winds just a little bit above 70 miles an hour. And the flight level winds from 10,000 feet where this plane is flying converted to surface corresponds to just a little more than 70 miles an hour. So it's getting really close to becoming a hurricane. And we also have the Air Force out there. They're flying at 5,000 feet. They'll probably make a pass on that stronger side in a little while. We'll keep monitoring this. So it could become a hurricane at any time. Either one of these planes finds data that says that it's a hurricane, the Hurricane Center will send out a notice that that has happened, especially because they're forecasting that to happen. They'll tell us when it does. So we're losing the visible imagery of the day, but you can see how the low-level center is still kind of on the north side of the convection. However, the cirrus is starting to really expand out to the north. So that's an indication that the wind shear is weakening. The water vapor really shows it well. See those cirrus bands starting to expand to the north in addition to every other direction. So the wind shear is decreasing, and the steering is now toward the north because of this cutoff low over the mid-Atlantic and northeast. So it's got plenty of time over the warm water, at least another day over really warm waters. And then even after that, there'll be a lag. It'll take a while for it to weaken after that time. So when you look at the intensity forecast, look at tomorrow afternoon and then late tomorrow night into early Sunday morning at 85 miles an hour. And if it gets its act together overnight, when hurricanes like to peak out in intensity with the convection, with the added instability that tends to happen in the overnight periods, tonight or tomorrow or maybe even tomorrow night, there could be more rapid intensification than what is forecast here. Don't rule out that it gets a little stronger than this. And the stronger it is when it's got the fuel, the more strength it'll have once it gets to New England. If right now, Hurricane Center forecasting it to arrive right at that hurricane tropical storm threshold. And then we've got a category slow storm on our hands once the winds of tropical storm force arrive Sunday morning, as the rainfall, heavy at times, begins. Then we've got Sunday and Monday, at least a two-day event for most of you to deal with the winds and the water, coastal and inland. So these tropical storm watches, these hurricane watches, could change over to warnings of either type at 11 p.m. tonight. And then this will become an inland event as well. We can't forget how much wind could happen in inland areas and bring down trees onto homes. In addition to that happening in coastal areas, a lot of trees could fall here. And that's why we got to shelter like for a tornado, like Mike's been saying. And then we've got to evacuate and get away from coastal areas, according to what local officials are telling us in these storm surge warning areas that especially are concerning out to the east of track. That's where the highest storm surge flooding could occur. But we could have some storm surge flooding, even New York City down southward into the coastal areas of New Jersey. So Mike and Jackie, I think with the latest aircraft data and what it looks like on satellite, it will not be long before Henri is a hurricane, and a strengthening one tonight and tomorrow.
And I'm sure that will get a lot of people's attention. Dr. Knapp, thank you for that. Once you stick around, more continuing coverage of Henri when we come back. We're breaking down all the threats, what you need to know now to prepare for the storm, and why something like falling trees is a huge concern. We've seen it play out in past storms. In New York, in the cone now, just watching and waiting. Right now, the time to prepare.
Band practice.
Coming up here, Henri taking aim at the Northeast, New York City, Hartford, Providence, Boston, all in harm's way, with Henri now strengthening, set to strike this weekend. Everything's on the table. Huge waves, storm surge, intense winds that could bring down trees and knock out power, and flooding rain that could put neighborhoods underwater. And all of these things could happen outside of where Henri makes landfall. So we're going to detail what you can expect and when.
As Henri nears, the time to prepare is now. We're going to show you the steps you can take to help protect you, your family, and your property. Plus, severe storms are ripping across the upper Midwest right now. See the spots where damaging winds, large hail, even tornadoes will have you hunkering down tonight. It's all coming up next.
Thanks for being with us for our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Henri. We have new advisories that have been issued, and Jackie, for the first time in nearly almost a decade now, almost to the week, right? New York City office, the Boston offices have issued alerts, hurricane watches, warnings, tropical storm watches and warning. It's going to get very intense.
Yeah, first time since Irene. I know a lot of us remember that storm as well. I'm so glad you could be with us tonight. He's Mike Bettis. I'm Jackie Jarris, but we want to get to the star of the show tonight, and that's our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, formerly the director of the National Hurricane Center. And Dr. Knabb, one key piece of information takeaway out of this latest advisory.
Yeah, it's moving due north, and it's even closer to becoming a hurricane. And we will know when this becomes a hurricane because we don't just have the satellite and the satellite estimation techniques to determine that. We've got both NOAA and Air Force, Hurricane Hunter aircraft in there. And in fact, if I were to assign an exact number, I would say it's a little bit more than 70 miles an hour based on what the planes have been showing, but not quite 74. So it's really getting close. And that motion is due north at 7 miles an hour. And the cirrus pattern is starting to get even better defined on that north side. So that northerly shear is decreasing. Here's the NOAA plane getting winds very close to 74 miles an hour on that recent pass on the east side. They're flying up at 10,000 feet. And then we've got down at 5,000 feet the Air Force plane also about to fly into that stronger part of the storm. So we'll see if they get winds near hurricane force. So again, the hurricane specialists at the Hurricane Center don't have to wait until 11 p.m. to say officially that it's a hurricane. They're forecasting it to become one, and once the plane finds data that tells the forecaster it's a hurricane, they'll send out a notice to tell us that that has happened. But it's just a matter of time. The center of circulation getting more and more involved in that deep convection, the cirrus fanning out more and more to the north. And the fact that it has stayed so convective, even in the face of all this wind shear the last couple of days, tells me that once this wind shear weakens later tonight and tomorrow, this will have quite an opportunity to strengthen. And if you look at the water vapor, you can really see how it's starting to breathe even more. The cirrus fanning out in all directions, so the shear's decreasing. Our cutoff low over the eastern U.S. is bringing it straight to the north, right over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream, and after that it will weaken. But how strong does it get in here over that fuel? That is not a certain number. The Hurricane Center's forecast is at 85 miles an hour tomorrow afternoon and early on Sunday after midnight. Could it get a little stronger than that? Could it flirt with the Cat 2 threshold? Possible. And that will determine, in part, how strong it is when it gets to New England. They're forecasting it to reach the coast as a hurricane, and then it's a Category slow storm with the winds arriving before the center of circulation. That would be early on Sunday, so we're only a day and a half away. So we got tonight and tomorrow to prepare. You want to go to bed tomorrow night in your safe place with your supplies, ready to ride out what could be a couple of days of strong winds and flooding rains and storm surge. These tropical storm and hurricane watch areas, have to see which ones of those get upgraded to warnings at 11 p.m. tonight. They don't change the warnings. They'll certainly don't put them up on intermediate public advisories, but the chances keep going up as the tracks keep shifting farther west and more inland. Interior New England could have a big wind event. Trees could come down onto homes at the coast and inland. That's why you want to shelter like you would for a tornado and evacuate. You stay away from the coastal areas. According to local officials, this storm surge warning is for the danger of life-threatening saltwater flooding. The highest values over toward the Cape and the bays, but even New York City down the Jersey coast, Jackie, could get some storm surge flooding. There'd be big crushing waves as this comes ashore. This will be a big, slow-moving storm Sunday and Monday.
Yeah, I love how you said that, Dr. Knabb, that, by the time you go to bed tomorrow night, that's it. You need to be done by that time for sure. Now, it's been a while since you've had to make these preparations across parts of the Northeast and New England. We've got watches and warnings from Henri, which have now been issued as it makes its turn on up towards the north. Now, our Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is live in West Dennis, Massachusetts. And, Mike, the population changes, too. There are probably a lot of new people who live here now that didn't live here before.
And folks here for vacation who have never been through a tropical storm or a hurricane. And one gentleman who has been through plenty of those here is Greg Stone. We're at the Lighthouse Inn. He's the owner along with his wife. And safe to say you've been here a long time, since you were a child. And what do you remember growing up here as the worst storm, the highest impact storm?
Well, I remember my parents and grandparents talking with me a lot about the 44 hurricane and two in 54 that were 2 weeks apart.
That was Carol, I think. Carol?
Edna and Carol.
Edna and Carol.
Yeah. And then 60 was Diane. And then Hurricane Bob is the only one that I've lived through to tell about it. But we had quite a lot of damage from that one, water going through our main building. And we had to get all the doors on the back side of the building open so that the foundation wouldn't blow out. And we had rapids on those rivers leaving the building for about 6 hours.
What are your concerns with a forecast of a storm surge of 3 to 5 feet where we're standing and your property here?
Well, we're very fortunate to have some breakwaters out here that protect the building, and we now have a large beach, which we didn't have before, and I don't believe that the water will even get up to this point where we're standing.
Even with 5 feet?
Even with 5 foot, certainly.
And what about any preps? Are you bringing anything in tomorrow night or before tomorrow night, chairs?
All the outside furniture, which there is much of, has to go in or at least get on the backside of the building. And anything that can blow has to go in and get protected. All the awnings come down. So.
What about the cancellations for people coming in Sunday? Had a few folks?
We've had a few, and fortunately, the way it's going, it looks like it's going quite a bit west of us. We should have minimal impact. We are used to having a lot of wind here because we're very exposed to the ocean.
No kidding. Well, Greg, thanks for joining us from the Lighthouse Inn. Beautiful property.
Thank you, Mike.
It's great.
Appreciate you.
And what a day today.
Huh? Yes, it was gorgeous.
It was gorgeous today. Tomorrow, again, that's the day to shore up your preps here on the Cape. The number one concern is the storm surge. We may have enough wind, certainly, to get some spotty power outages. But as Greg just mentioned, he's not concerned about water, even at 5 feet, getting into the property, which is elevated. He does have a lower level, but the restaurant and where everybody sleeps at night is up on stilts and elevated above that kind of surge level. Meanwhile, Dr. Nab, we're watching the sun go down. We're watching the full moon take place over the weekend, so we're concerned about the astronomical tides and also the fact that we could have those battering waves along with the surge and the beach erosion.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I would encourage everybody who's in that storm surge warning to do is to do whatever your local officials recommend, because what's happening is that the local officials and the state emergency managers and FEMA are talking to the Hurricane Center and their storm surge unit, and they're talking specifics about what areas could flood due to the storm surge and which areas might not. And this is a broad-based forecast of 3 to 5 feet above normally dry ground. That 3 to 5 feet is not above normal sea level. That's 3 to 5 feet above normally dry ground. The question is your normally dry ground at risk for flooding? And that's what gets really location specific that this map doesn't show. This is just saying that's going to happen somewhere in this area. So listen to those local officials. They've been talking to the Hurricane Center. And if they tell you that your property could flood due to storm surge in this event, you need to get out. That's how we save lives with storm surge. It is very location specific. Now, that's all based on a lot of modeling on the potential tracks, and the reason why there's such a storm surge and breaking wave and damaging wave potential is because of how not only strong but large Henri is going to be when it gets near the coastline, makes landfall, and the whole eastern side of this is going to be pushing the ocean onto the coastline, crashing waves, and in some spots, the life-threatening storm surge. And then the other big problem that we're seeing in the models here is the dramatic slowdown and turn to the west after landfall. That first frame was Sunday morning. This is Sunday evening about this time, 2 days from now. Hasn't made much headway. And look at that, on Monday morning, still sitting inland over southeastern New York, could be dousing New York City with flooding rains. And then by Monday night, it's still over New England, and it hasn't left. So it spends 2 full days, essentially, over New England in that GFS run, with things finally improving on Tuesday. So there's the GFS track. But look at the ensembles with the other potential tracks, look at how some of them loop around and go farther north and farther west, some of them farther east. So you can't take it as absolute truth that the center of Henri is going to follow that middle of the cone. Don't draw a line down the middle and say, that's it. Look at these possibilities. It could go farther west. It could go farther east. Let's look at the Euro real quickly. This has also been trending to the west in the main model run. Here it is, hanging to the left. Again, into interior parts of New England by PM Sunday. Look how far inland this one goes by Monday morning and Monday evening, hardly budging as it, in this particular model run, douses the mountains of New York and then Vermont and New Hampshire. And if you look at the ensembles for that model, a lot of possibilities that spend a lot of time near New York City or near Boston or near interior portions of the coastline. And look at how many different possibilities there are for landfall from New York City to the Cape. So we got a big slow mover, Jackie, that is going to bring a lot of wind and a lot of water to the coast and inland.
Yeah, it really worries me about the flood threat with this one too, Dr. Nab. But let's talk about the wind for now. We'll try and break down all the different hazards and threats, starting with the wind. Those winds are expected to expand, right? The field is expected to expand as it heads towards landfall. How far out are these winds going to be a threat?
Oh, this could, the tropical storm force winds could end up extending more than 100 miles from the center in different directions once it reaches New England. And also, what's going to happen between now and when it gets to New England is strengthening. It's not going to be a tropical storm for much longer, I don't think. Now, yes, it will have its ups and downs. It will probably strengthen tonight and tomorrow, maybe even into tomorrow night, and then there will be a weakening trend before landfall, but maybe not enough to keep it from being a hurricane when it comes ashore, and then it will overland in the cooler waters. It will weaken, but that's when it will be expanding in horizontal size and slowing down. So you got to factor in all of those things to determine what winds you might get at your specific location. And that's why these watches and warnings have been placed, and they will expand and be upgraded and maybe expand farther inland at the 11 p.m. advisory, because the chances of winds of tropical storm force sustained are greater than 50-50 over a large part of New England, including some interior areas that could have trees down well inland. This is just for sustained tropical storm force winds. You could have 25 or 30 mile an hour sustained and have gusts that still exceed that tropical storm threshold and bring down trees and take out the power. The chances of hurricane force winds are greatest there in that hurricane warning and watch area. But again, those winds are going to be arriving Sunday morning early. So that's why we're saying tonight and tomorrow, our prep time, tomorrow night, get to your safe place for the duration of the storm. And then, Mike, I can't say it enough. I'm really worried about a lot of trees coming down, taking out the power and falling on people's homes.
We've seen that play out before, too, Dr. Nab, many times where the high winds, and especially with weak soil right now because it's so wet outside, the trees come down very, very easily. So how about a few tips to help you get through this storm, and especially when it comes to the wind, all right? So make sure that you cover up your windows with plywood or hurricane shutters. You do not want to use tape. Tape is the last thing you want to use. They're not going to help protect your windows. Shelter like you might a tornado. Dr. Nab was alluding to the fact that trees could come down on your home. So make sure you're in an interior room of your home, not at the edges of your home or exterior walls, or maybe even if there's not a flood threat where you are, you can get down into the basement and ride it out there during the height of the winds, right? Don't stay in a mobile home, a very dangerous structure to be in. They're very insecure as far as winds go. Don't stay in the upper floors of a high-rise because the winds go higher as you go higher, and consider leaving any unsafe structure like a mobile home, maybe something like an RV, finding safer structure like with a family member, a friend, hotel, something like that. So, Dr. Nab, I mean, obviously a lot of people here are going to be worried about the wind, but there's also going to be a high impact, we believe, from water as well. Rip currents, we're going to have issues with surge, we're going to have issues with flooding. So what can people expect in some of those coastal locations?
Well, if you're outside the cone in the mid-Atlantic all the way down to Florida, the beaches are dangerous, high risk of rip currents and rough surf. Don't swim at any unguarded beaches in that area. But the farther north you go, the greater the chances are of not only dangerous rip currents and surf, but also bona fide storm surge. And that's why the storm surge warning is up. And the greatest chance for the highest storm surge is over there to the east of track. Anywhere in these areas could get flooded over normally dry ground. Do whatever local officials tell you to do, evacuate if told to do so, and watch for changes in those forecasts. We'll be back. Complete coverage of Henri.
Evacuate immediately.
All right, you're looking live at New York City, a city that is under a tropical storm watch right now as we get ready for the approach of Tropical Storm Henri, which is expected to intensify into a hurricane even later on tonight or possibly tomorrow morning. So you've got today, you've got tomorrow to get prepared for the storm, because by Sunday morning, you need to be put for sure. The latest advisory bringing 70-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds. So the winds have not changed with this latest advisory. The hurricane hunters are in there right now checking out conditions and giving us that update. Also telling us that this is moving in a northerly direction, so we've taken that turn up towards the north. Here's a look at the latest watches and warnings. In effect, hurricane warnings for about the eastern 2/3 of Long Island, as well as across southern parts of Connecticut, and then we've got the hurricane watches extending all the way out through the Cape. Here's the latest cone, and if you're just joining us, maybe you had a busy day and you haven't tuned back in, we have seen another little shift off towards the west, so that puts a lot of the big cities in that risk area. Now, a lot of impacts, right? A lot of different impacts expected with this, but we want to focus in on the risk of flooding, because, Mike, we know we're going to get a lot of heavy rain with this as it slows down, and this is coming on the heels of Fred.
It really is, and we really can't understate, what a threat Henri could be because of what Fred did. Right now, this week, it made landfall in Florida, but then pushed its way up the eastern United States, and in places like North Carolina, here in Murchison, I mean, look at the water, what it did. Trees were coming down, infrastructure was damaged, roads, bridges washed out. The terrain had a significant impact on this because the orographic enhancement of the rain, not to mention a lot of mud flows, and just you get a lot of water that moves fast when it's on a slope, right? Then Fred, what was left of it, moved farther north. Then into Connecticut we go. How about in Farmington here? Look at this. Look at all the water that's just rolling through neighborhoods here. About 3.5 inches of rain falling in a single day, and this ended up being the result. And now we're tracking Henri and the amount of rain that it could bring on top of what Fred brought us already this week. So on this map, what we're showing you is the rain we picked up in the last 7 days. Of particular note, what's happened in this area across the Northeast. Hartford, up toward Worcester and Boston, plenty of rain around the Capital District and farther north. The ground is saturated right now. So as Henri moves in and then slows down, it means we're in for a longer duration rain event, Dr. Nab. So there could be many neighborhoods, many locations that go underwater as a result of what Fred did right before Henri.
Yeah, and Fred wasn't even a tropical depression anymore, and it was moving. This is going to maybe sit over New England for up to 2 days. Let that sink in for a moment. It is really, really going to be a big risk of inland flooding, not just in the metro areas, in the big cities near the coast, but going inland as well. And this is a day 3 outlook from the Weather Prediction Center issued earlier today. As we get closer to landfall and the forecast starts to get a little more certain, the areas at risk might get expanded and upgraded. We could have one of those high-risk days like we had in North Carolina that panned out to be damaging and deadly. So we want to make sure that we are all as smart as we can be to stay out of floodwaters and survive this storm. This could be life-threatening inland flooding. Look at what the European model is kicking out over in New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire. The GFS is a little different. This is very track and structure dependent. This is just snapshots of what's possible in different scenarios. But I want to show you the actual model runs just to give you a flavor of why this is going to be such a problem if the models are anywhere near correct. And a couple days out, I think we're getting a better idea of what's potential here. This is Sunday morning in the Euro model as the system's coming ashore. And then this is Sunday night. Hasn't moved very quickly after reaching the coastline. There's Monday morning, and there's Monday night. Did it move? Not really. And then Tuesday morning. How far is it from where it came ashore? Not very. So that's why you're talking about 2 days of heavy rains and wind until maybe, if the Euro's right, this finally gets out of here by Tuesday evening. The GFS doesn't make me feel any better. Comes ashore on Sunday, lingers over southern New England, Sunday night, Monday morning, Monday night. Jackie, you get the idea. And when you add trees to the equation with moist soils, not only is flooding a big problem, but trees falling onto homes. That's why we keep saying shelter like for a tornado.
Absolutely. Great advice there, Dr. Nab, and great advice to be prepared for several days to be without power. So when we take a look at this map, this basically shows you the density of trees across the U.S., across the lower 48 anyway. And as we zoom into the Northeast, where you see the dark concentrations of the green, that's where we see the most trees. So this is highly an area with a lot of large trees, dense trees. This is the time of the year that our trees are fully leafed out. Right? And so we've had a lot of rain already. Our roots only go down about 1.5 feet to 2 feet for the most part. And so our soil begins to get loose when it's saturated. We know a lot of the Northeast has had a lot of rain from Fred. We're putting more rain in on top of that. And so when the winds come, that can bring trees down that normally wouldn't come down if the soil had not been saturated. Make sure you stay with us for continuing live coverage right here only on the Weather Channel. Welcome back. The most populous city in America now in the risk zone for some serious impacts from Tropical Storm Henri. City officials say people should plan for difficult travel conditions, heavy rain, and potential flooding. New York City under a tropical storm watch. That said, a beautiful night here tonight. I think we've got a Yankees game going on. It's all fun and games now, but by this time tomorrow night, you need to be where you're going to be to ride out the storm. Welcome back, everybody, to our continuing coverage with Tropical Storm Henri. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris.
Hi, everyone. I'm meteorologist Mike Best. We're going to bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Nab, in just a second. But, Jackie, it's been a while, that's for sure. We have to go back to Sandy or even Irene for our folks here in the Northeast to have experienced the last tropical storm or hurricane, unfortunately. And again, we've got our coverage out there, live folks in the field covering everything for you tonight, including Mike Seidel, who's in Massachusetts. Tropical storm watches and warnings up, hurricane watches and warnings up for us right now. And, you know, it's kind of balmy out there, 74 degrees. Mike said it's been muggy out there for us today, no question about that. But look at this, folks. Irene was 2011. That's the last time we had the New York City office issue hurricane watches or warnings. Last time we actually had a direct landfall in this area, 30 years ago, believe it or not. So, Dr. Nab, there'll be folks that have been around that long, certainly, that, you know, maybe have forgotten a bit of how to deal with something like this. So a little refresher may be in order.
Yeah, and, you know, both Bob and Irene, when I think of those names, I think of water. I think of Bob with the storm surge and the waves and the damage that caused. With Irene, I think of the inland flooding up in interior New England. So this isn't just going to be about the wind. Henri will write its own story. It will not be exactly like Bob. It will not be exactly like Irene or Sandy. It will do its own thing. And so we got to tell each one of you what you're at risk for, wind or water, at the coast or inland. This is going to be a hurricane pretty soon, if not later tonight, then tomorrow. 70 miles an hour, maybe 71 or 2. I mean, it's on the trend to become a hurricane very soon. We got NOAA and Air Force hurricane hunters out there right now to tell us when that happens. The tropical storm watches and the hurricane watches could be upgraded at 11 p.m. tonight, so stay tuned for that. And in the hurricane warning area especially, that's where at the moment we have the greatest concern for damaging winds that could bring down trees. And in the storm surge warning area, that's where the greatest danger of life-threatening saltwater flooding is, especially east of track on the right-hand side of this system. So you can see how the cirrus is fanning out. The storm is getting healthier. This low over the eastern U.S. is bringing it northward. And the opportunity to strengthen tonight, tomorrow night is absolutely there with the warm waters until it passes north of the Gulf Stream. But there won't be enough cool water, not enough time to weaken it, and maybe not even below hurricane before it reaches the coastline. And then we got a category slow storm that could hang out for a couple of days before taking maybe until late Tuesday, if some of the models are right, to depart the northeast after arriving early on Sunday. And that is why we're going to have a long-duration wind event, storm surge and wave event, heavy rain and flooding event, with the winds and the heavy rain starting around breakfast time on Sunday. And this risk area for flooding, that includes New York City and Boston and areas in between, this could be expanded and upgraded, Jackie, and I hope people are getting ready in inland areas for trees coming down and for flooding to inundate maybe big parts of communities.
So the governor of Massachusetts is now telling residents to stay home. And if you have plans to be at the Cape, delay it. You want to change it till maybe the middle of next week. Now, the Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is live in West Dennis, Massachusetts, where they're getting ready for a storm that they haven't seen anything like this in decades, Mike. But you could see some really significant storm surge from Henri.
Yeah, that's going to be the #1 impact. It's a surge helped along by what we've got tonight, a waxing gibbous. It's not quite full, but the moon will be full officially on Sunday morning. Our high tide of concern is Sunday afternoon, early afternoon here on the South Shore. So we'll see how that plays out. Now, they do have one thing going for them here with Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. That acts as a break for the wave action, but that doesn't stop the surge by any means. So that's 3 to 5 feet above normally high ground. We'll see if that gets adjusted. We get a complete update at 11 o'clock. So we're about 2.5 hours away. Maybe they adjust the watches and warnings, but certainly everybody wants to see the latest forecast track. Today, some folks took their boats out of the water and some didn't. Some had good reason not to.
Well, since the storm is going to go in around Newport, Rhode Island, we're planning on leaving the boat in, and we're going to tie down the lines, put more lines on her, more fenders, and we're going to weather out the storm. But if the track changes, we'll be pulling the boat either tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon.
Named the world's most accurate forecaster, the Weather Channel.
Thanks for being with us here as we track Tropical Storm Henri for you. It won't be long, we don't think, before it becomes a hurricane forecast to do that shortly. 70-mile-per-hour winds. North movement now at 7 miles per hour. So we think it's going to take a trek something like this, in essence, and come past North Carolina, Virginia, the Delmarva here, and past New Jersey. It's 270 miles south-southeast of Cape Hatteras. We think that you're going to get some pretty good swells here along the beaches on the East Coast here, but miss a direct hit. There's a look at the track, and even a bit of a left-hand turn or a bit of a westerly jog here, potentially making a landfall sometime Sunday afternoon, evening. Long Island, New York would be the most likely location at this point, but then slowing down, coming through Connecticut, Massachusetts, and New England, not really exiting till sometime late on Tuesday, Jackie, meaning we could be in this for a solid 2 days, if not longer.
Yeah, it's going to be a long go of it, that's for sure. And of course, this is affecting some very populated cities into the Northeast, including you here in New York City, where it's a beautiful night tonight, but you're under a tropical storm watch, and conditions are going to be going downhill by your Sunday morning. So we want to talk about some of these impacts and bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, what are you most concerned about for New York?
Well, a number of things. The three hazards that could impact New York City one way or another are the tropical storm force winds, because you're under a tropical storm watch, and the heavy rainfall, because this is going to hang around over New England for a couple of days, and New York City could be in an area that gets heavy rainfall. But also, don't rule out storm surge, because the storm surge watch goes all the way to just east of LaGuardia. And if we look at the storm surge forecast, 1 to 3 feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground along the Jersey Shore, and maybe up to and maybe including New York City. So we already are expecting the potential of some storm surge, but not to the level of Sandy and not as high at the moment as we're going to see farther to the east. But New York City, that tropical storm watch could get upgraded to a warning later tonight. And if you get tropical storm force winds sustained, even at 40 miles an hour at the low end at the ground, that could funnel between the buildings, and the winds could be higher at upper levels of a high-rise at 20, 25, 30 stories up. So that 11 o'clock advisory, could that be expanded to a warning? Could the storm surge values go up for you as the tracks shift west? Don't tune out on New York City because of the winds, the rainfall, flooding, and the storm surge all possibly affecting you.
About that, are there locations within that yellow that you just showed there that you're more worried about than others? Because I see that goes all the way up through Providence.
Yeah, the bays are especially concerning. Narragansett Bay and Buzzards Bay, very concerning. But you got a lot of big cities, big communities along the Connecticut coast. You don't have to be on the Atlantic shoreline of Long Island to get the storm surge into Long Island Sound. And we've seen that in past storms, including recent Northeast hurricanes in the last decade or so, Mike.
Dr. Knabb, do you expect a lot of ferries to shut down? Do you expect airports to have a lot of cancellations?
I don't see why not. I mean, the airports usually shut down. Bridges usually shut down when you get to the tropical storm force winds. That'll start Sunday morning. And with how much the Atlantic will be churned up with the big waves, I can't imagine that too many boats are going to be operating, even inside of bays and inside the Long Island Sound.
All right, Dr. Knabb, our viewers have been sending questions, and so we're going to throw a bunch of them at you here because we've got quite a few. Dave wants to know, please explain exactly what, quote, above normally dry ground means when it comes to storm surge predictions.
Yeah, this is intended to be as simple as it sounds. If we say 3 to 5 feet of storm surge flooding above normally dry ground, that means if you're standing on land that is almost always dry, the salt water could get 3 to 5 feet high above that ground level. Don't do any fancy math, because some people make the mistake of saying, well, this structure is 6 feet above normal sea level, so that water can't get to me. No, we're talking about 3 to 5 feet above whatever normally dry ground you're standing on. And so the other thing that people might be making the mistake in is saying, well, the track is over here, so I'm not worried about over here. It's actually well east of track that the greatest storm surge above ground could occur.
And so we've got the full moon coinciding with this. We also have high tide to take into account. Yep. Dr. Knabb, do you think high tide is going to be syncing up with landfall?
Well, I think this storm's going to hang around long enough to go through multiple high and low tide cycles. And so we will have times when the high tide and the strong onshore push are occurring at the same time. And that's when that 3 to 5 feet or that 2 to 4 or that 1 to 3 could be maximized, because these values include the effects of tide.
All right, let's get another viewer question in here, Dr. Knabb. And Mark wants to know, will there be a lot of weakening by the time it hits Massachusetts, or will it weaken more slowly?
It will weaken slowly, I think, compared to what it is before it crosses the north wall of the Gulf Stream. So this is the water that it will have to move over tonight, tomorrow night. And if you look at the Hurricane Center's intensity forecast, it peaks at 85 miles an hour. It could end up a little stronger than that, but it only goes from 85 to 75 before landfall. So that's not very quick weakening. And also, remember, it's going to slow down and get bigger. So don't count out all the hazards just because it's not a hurricane anymore when we get to Monday.
All right, so important for people to continue to get information throughout the event. Dr. Knabb, how important is it to have a NOAA weather radio?
Oh, it's critical because there will be localized warnings, especially those flash flood warnings, I think, are going to happen in many, many places because once those winds of tropical storm force arrive and the rain starts on Sunday morning, this area at great risk for flooding on Sunday and into Monday. And when a flash flood warning comes out, you want to make sure that you stay off water-covered roads, stay indoors, and do whatever local officials tell you to do if there's big-time community-wide flooding.
Make
Welcome back to West Dennis, Massachusetts. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. Cape Cod is the location. Henri is the name of the storm. It's still not quite a hurricane. It may be one by 11 o'clock Eastern. The next complete advisory updated track. Any changes and watches and warnings will be passed along from the Hurricane Center, and we'll get those to you as soon as possible tonight. In about 2 hours from now, we're going to be on till 1, starting tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Eastern. We're going around the clock tomorrow night into Sunday night. So this is the place to tune. Plus, in addition to myself, we've got numerous crews going out, including Stephanie Abrams, Tevin Wooten, Jim Cantori, Reynolds Wolf, Felicia Combs, and others. So we've got you covered wall-to-wall, on the ground, in the studio, analysis. Dr. Rick Knabb, of course, former director of the National Hurricane Center. Back here, our concern right now with the current track is going to be storm surge. That's what we expect, 3 to 5 feet above normally high ground. Plus, we have the moon. There it is. It's beautiful tonight out here. Temperatures in the mid-70s, a muggy, warm, late summer night. That will add additional height to the high tide. Now, it's a function of when high tide is. In our case, our high tides are going to be our high tide of concern is going to be early Sunday afternoon. So we'll see how that all shakes out. But the storm surge watch is up for this part of Massachusetts, the South Shore of the Cape. And we'll see if that gets updated to a warning in time. In the meantime, we go back to Dr. Rick Knabb in Atlanta. Dr. Knabb, storm surge here, the main concern. Also, we could get wind gusts over 40 miles an hour, so spotty power outages not out of the question. But my gut right now is the heavy flood-producing rainfall is more than likely going to be in western and central Mass and not out here on the Cape based on the current track.
Yeah, that's what the Euro and the GFS are showing, for example, and that would start in Long Island and then go inland from there as the track shifts west. But you're still on that eastern side, and where Mike's standing is already under a storm surge warning on that south-facing shore of Cape Cod. And it's a storm surge watch when you're up on the Cape itself into Cape Cod Bay. So anything that's south-facing, including those southern shores inside Long Island, along the coast of Connecticut, as well as the northern and southern sides of Long Island, at risk for life-threatening storm surge. This is well east of track, but that is where the storm surge flooding is expected to be the highest above normally dry ground, even though you could have, because of all the waves and all that flow toward the coast on the northern side as it's approaching, could get 1 to 3 feet of storm surge flooding onto the ground there in the coast of New Jersey up into the vicinity of New York City. So we got to get out of those coastal areas. According to instructions from local officials, it's a very localized hazard. They're being briefed by the Hurricane Center and the local forecast offices. If they tell you that your home is at risk for storm surge, or your location, your hotel, whatever, you got to follow their instructions. So it's looking looking healthier on satellite. The low over the eastern U.S. is bringing it northward, and it does have quite the opportunity to strengthen. When it starts to look this healthy on the outflow, that is a sign that it is poised to strengthen. The shear is weakening, and the data from the aircraft show the winds getting higher and higher. And the forecast intensity from the Hurricane Center will be interesting to see what they do at 11 p.m. I'm sure they're going to continue to forecast this to strengthen. Could it be stronger than the 85 miles an hour on the previous forecast? Yes, that's a possibility. Could it be a little weaker or a little stronger than that hurricane threshold at landfall on Sunday? Yes, but we're talking strong tropical storm or Cat 1 hurricane when it comes ashore, and then a Category slow storm that could spend a couple of days over New England. Once the winds start on Sunday morning of tropical storm force, the rain will be starting as well. And that is a big, big concern. As Mike Seidel was saying, it starts really west of the Cape and the islands, the greatest risk. But Boston, New York City at risk, at great risk are the areas in yellow there. And that could expand because I think the closer we get to the event, the more we're going to be confident of how much rain could fall and who's at risk. So we could end up with one of those high risk days like we saw with North Carolina and Fred. When you look at what's happening with the models, here's the Euro and here's the GFS. New York City could get several inches of rain, and a lot of interior areas of New England could get a lot of flooding rains. And that's why there are things you can do, even tonight and tomorrow, to get ready for flooding. Maybe get the sandbags, clear your gutters out, put some valuables and documents in waterproof containers, get those electronics and furniture off the floor, especially if you know you're in a flood-prone area. Take photos, video of the interior of your home in case there's an insurance claim after the fact. Make some backups from your computers. I mean, if you ask the folks in North Carolina and in Worcester, what they wish they would have done before this week's flooding with Fred, those are the kinds of things you want to be thinking about doing as we get to what could be a bigger inland flood event. And this is likely to be an inland wind event, not just in the coastal areas, not just in the big cities, but extending well inland over New England. Tropical storm force winds, at least in gusts, that could bring down trees onto homes. That's why we're talking about sheltering like you would for a tornado during the event. And we could have scattered to widespread power outages. Mike, Jackie?
Dr. Knapp, thank you so much for your expertise tonight. And we hope you can stay with us. Our live coverage of Henri continues at the top of the hour with storm specialists Carl Parker and Mark Elliott. And be sure to stay with us all weekend long for a special around-the-clock coverage from the Northeast with our meteorologists in the field. Be prepared, stay safe, have a good night.
Alerts are out tonight for nearly 18 million people in the Northeast, including most of the New York City metro area, all of Long Island, Connecticut, Rhode Island coastlines, as well as parts of Massachusetts. Henri, less than 48 hours away from bringing damaging wind, rain, and a powerful storm surge. We're staying live tonight until 1 a.m. Eastern, tracking Henri. Thanks for joining us. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott alongside meteorologist Carl Parker and meteorologist Mike Seidel along the Massachusetts coastline tonight as new data is coming in right now. We're tracking the movements of Henri, and the modeling is showing us where this storm may go in the future as well. Let's get you up to speed on what's happening right now in case you're just tuning in, trying to get the latest on this storm. Want to show you what Henri is up to as of the latest advisory. We have 70-mile-per-hour winds for this storm as it continues to work its way on off towards the north now. It's turned north at 7 miles per hour. Let's take a look at some of those latest conditions for this storm. Making its way towards the north at 7 miles per hour. Pressure has fallen now to 994 millibars. And, that movement north is going to continue for a good while. The question is, what happens down the line? How many of these kind of wiggles and wobbles take this closer to, say, the Jersey Shore, New York City? Or does it hold track at this point, coming towards Long Island and coastal Connecticut? Look at the amount of alerts that we have for the Northeast coastlines here. It hasn't been since Irene, since we had hurricane warnings up from the New York City National Weather Service office. But hurricane warnings are in this purple color that you see right in here, Connecticut and Rhode Island coastlines. Tropical storm warnings, as well as some tropical storm watches coming all the way down through the Raritan Bay area towards Long Branch, and hurricane watches extending all the way to the Cape, as well as Nantucket. that also comes with the potential for a significant storm surge. The wind from Henri moves the water, and that water will be marching in. Don't forget, it's a full moon this weekend, which will also add to the natural water levels and the natural tide cycles across this area. So starting at a slightly higher point for these storm surge warnings, that goes into these numbers where you could see anywhere from a 2 to 4, even a 3 to 5 foot storm surge. That's water above normally dry ground. Won't be everyone in these areas, but this is the potential for someone within here when it aligns with high tide and the storm moving in, that you could wind up with 3 to 5 feet of water above normally dry ground. That is a scary scenario, a life-threatening storm surge that kicks off at anything above 3 feet. And so many of you are included in that. Now, there are still some questions. Where do we go from here? Let's talk about what the models are seeing right now. I want to bring back storm specialist Carl Parker tonight. And Carl, you know, the steady march to the west from the models that we've been watching all along. I guess the question is there still room for that march west to continue? How alert should, say, New Jersey and New York City stay?
I think very much so. I mean, there's definitely some modeling that is showing the center of the storm coming right into New York City, which would have an incredible impact. When you're talking about a city of, 8 million people plus, you're talking about a huge impact in terms of wind and very heavy rain there, and that is absolutely a possibility. So right now what we're looking at is a sheared storm. There's some wind coming down from the north, and so you see how the weather is displaced off to the south and east relative to that center. So that shear is going to continue in the short term, but in the long term it is likely to let up. And so here you see the model guidance, and a lot of this model guidance for intensity does take the storm up to hurricane. There's a very good chance that it will be a Category 1 hurricane, maybe on its way to doing that right now. The hurricane hunters are in fact out in the system right now. So it's going to be over very warm water. There will be some cooler water at the very last, right before it comes on shore, but that's probably not going to have a huge impact, at least not right away. So the storm could very well come in as a hurricane and then begin to weaken at that point to a tropical storm. Here is one of our model forecasts. This is the European model, and you see the storm coming up into Long Island. That would be Sunday morning, so you'd be talking about a tremendous impact in terms of surge and strong wind and very heavy rain from New York up through Connecticut into southeastern New England as well. And then the storm slowly working off to the northwest and maybe kind of camping out from Sunday into Monday and not beginning to eject until we get into Tuesday. So it could be a prolonged period of very heavy rain along with that. And in fact, when you look at the ensemble guidance from the European model, and this is what has been wholesale moving to the west over the last couple of days, you see a lot of these tracks come inland, and then there's a little bit of wandering that occurs there, and then finally we see a motion out to the east. And so that is going to be one of the big questions. How slow does the system get? Does it basically stall over southeastern New York? And in that case, we'd be talking about, Mark, a tremendous amount of wet weather in some very mountainous terrain. I mean, the flood potential with this storm is absolutely enormous.
Yeah, a lot of those rainfall total maps are going to be underdone in local areas. It's also striking how there's now more rain forecasts in, say, the Capital District near Albany than there is in Boston. I think there's still some wiggle room for that, too, because this thing's going to stall and eventually turn the other way, and it takes a long time for that tropical moisture to completely spin out. This is going to be a big impact as well. The storm surge impact here, this could be more than you're used to seeing for any other coastal storm in this part of the world, that more than we've seen in a long time. Storm surge warnings are up across Long Island Sound, across the the South Shore of Long Island, then stretching through Connecticut, Rhode Island, the South Shore of Massachusetts, and the islands there around the Cape. Gosh, this is going to be a big deal. Here are some of those numbers again. A widespread 2 to 4, if not 3 to 5 foot storm surge potential. That's not everybody across this area. It has to align with high tide, but for some of you, it will. For example, check out Montauk. Look at this wind fetch coming in right at Montauk. That happens to be for Sunday at 9:18. Sunday morning at 9:18 is your high tide, and this weekend is a full moon. So everything coming together for a significant water threat in eastern Long Island. We could look to the other side, look towards New York City, and while the winds are offshore at this point, hit Sunday morning in New York, according to this one model, right? There's some wiggle room here because if the position changes of our low, the winds change also. But some of the inundation maps, when you look towards Flushing, when you look towards, what is that, LaGuardia? When you look towards LaGuardia, you can wind up with water coming in from this way and have some big problems also. That is going to be a significant part of this story, the water rise, Carl, from the wind moving the water, basically the Atlantic Ocean marching in at that point.
So many people live in that section of coastline there, and so yes, that
and right up against the shoreline.
Right
There's
up
not a lot
shoreline.
of spot to move to.
Absolutely. And another huge concern, as we mentioned, is going to be the flooding. This is video from 24 hours ago in Marcellus, New York. Fred has left the Northeast waterlogged, and that is going to compound the flooding concerns over the weekend as rain begins to fall from Henri. So here you see what has happened in the month of July. There are the precipitation ratings here for the month of July. It was the wettest July on record in Binghamton and Concord. It was the second wettest in Albany and Portland and Boston. So there is a terrific amount of water in the ground. Just looking at the last 7 days here of rainfall, you can see how much rainfall has occurred in the Empire State and some parts of New England as well. So let's look at the forecast and keep in mind that these are 12-hour increments. So here's the storm moving along pretty quickly, and then it does begin to really slow down, taking a full 12 hours to move from the southern end of Long Island to perhaps the Connecticut and Massachusetts state line. So that slow motion is going to mean a terrific amount of wet weather, and in areas where the ground is saturated, in areas where you've got terrain. So that's the flash flood potential. We think that it is likely across southeastern New England and also into New York. Here's our rainfall forecast. Now, as Mark mentioned, this is a model blend here, so it is muted some. Let's take a look at the actual model output. Look at the European model forecast. The European model taking the storm fairly far inland into the Adirondacks, into the Catskills there. I mean, that would be absolutely devastating in parts of southeastern New York if it happens like that, and it is a distinct possibility. And again, you're talking about adding terrain and water in the ground to all of this rain coming down. So this does have the potential to be a really historic flood event in the Northeast. All right, we want to go to Cape Cod now, where we find meteorologist Mike Seidel. He is in West Dennis with a look at how locals plan to weather the storm.
As you can imagine, out here on Cape Cod, they've been watching that forecast track from the Hurricane Center, ever changing and continuing to shift to the west over the past couple of days. But by no means is the Cape out of the woods from the impacts from Henri. Number one impact by far is going to be the storm surge based on the current forecast, up to 5 feet above normally dry ground, and we're going to have some wind. Gusts over 40 miles an hour could take out some power. That was not the case on Friday. Look at this shot. The vista over West Dennis, out over the Atlantic, which will be churned up and choppy by Sunday morning as Henri makes its closest approach and makes landfall towards south and west down the East Coast. People out on the beaches flocking to what was a perfect day. Temperatures in the mid-80s, kind of humid, water temp mid-70s. And keep in mind, Cape Cod, this is high season. The place is packed with the locals and the tourists. But the locals were doing some storm preps, getting their boats out of the water, but some decided not to go that route.
Well, since the storm is going to go in around Newport, Rhode Island, we're planning on leaving the boat in, and we're going to tie down the lines, put more lines on her, more fenders, and we're going to weather out the storm. But if the track changes, we'll be pulling the boat either tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon.
This is what's going to accentuate the higher than normal tides caused by Henri this weekend. The full moon. There it is. It's full on Sunday. The highest tide here Sunday afternoon, and up and down the coast, that will add more feet to the high tide as Henri comes in and makes landfall. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel, West Dennis, Massachusetts.
Mike, thank you. And here is a live look at Boston right now as we look out over the Charles River and towards the north end right now. It is quiet tonight, but all that, of course, could change radically as we go into the second half of the weekend. Tropical storm conditions are possible starting on Sunday. The main threats are going to be very heavy rain and strong wind as well. So here is a wind forecast, a model wind forecast. So you see that wind field starting to come in overnight Saturday into very early Sunday. Sunday, that's when we see a maximum push on shore. We're going to see high tide along the New England coastline in the morning on Sunday. And then through the day, the wind continues to be very strong into Boston. And of course, you have a lot of experience with windstorms in New England, but keep in mind, a lot of those big windstorms come in the wintertime, when you don't have leaves on the trees. Now you've got leaves on all the trees, and on top of that, we've got saturated ground, which is going to help the trees come over more easily. So there could be widespread tree and power line damage here in southeastern New England coming up this weekend. So here's a look at the forecast. Now, this is subject to the current forecast, and it could change. It's possible the storm could be a little stronger, but some very strong winds coming in. We think late on Sunday, 1 to 2 inches of rain in Boston. Nantucket, same story. A very gusty wind coming in, but a little earlier towards the middle of the day on Sunday, about an inch of rainfall on the way for you. In Providence, 50+ mile-per-hour wind gusts late on Sunday into the afternoon on Sunday. 1 to 2 inches of rain on the way. And in Hartford, 55+ mile-per-hour wind gusts. And Mark, a lot of very tall trees in Connecticut. And again, they've got all their leaves right now. So we're going to be looking at some serious tree damage most likely.
Yeah, that is probably one of the biggest threats, maybe a prolonged power outage for all the communities that have elevated power lines, because the tree damage could be spectacular, unfortunately. Just a lot of it, a lot of tree damage potential. We also don't want you to turn your back on this storm if you are closer to New York City. If you're on Long Island, I mean, the forecast calls for the storm to come right to you, so it's a little bit more obvious. But there are some models that have continued that western trend into New York or even North Jersey and beyond into southern upstate New York as well. So let's talk a little bit about the timing around the New York City metro area. And again, this is highly track dependent. If that trend west and south continues, we could arguably need to increase the forecast for these number of wind gusts and increase the amount of rain that you'd be seeing. Either way, it doesn't look like a comfortable setup for the end of the weekend in New York City. Widespread tropical storm force gusts by Sunday afternoon and a couple of inches of rain on top of saturated grounds. Now, here's the forecast radar for right now, and then we go into Saturday with a break. But by Saturday afternoon, we may already be seeing some of the far-reaching kind of showers along that big circulation associated with this storm that's turning north. Now, it's not going to be raining all day at that point, just a couple of rounds of showers kind of saturating some of the grounds for you. The big rain looks like it arrives Sunday morning around the island, around New York City, and then at that point, it keeps going. This storm slows down, so the rest of Sunday, it is still raining. That's how we get to the widespread 2 to 3, and again, it's important to note that a lot of times these maps are underdoing it, not overdoing it. This is kind of your baseline, what to expect fairly easily. We could see more rain than this. How about Montauk? Montauk out on the island. Well, here, the forecast calls for winds that could go over 60 for Sunday afternoon. I would argue that this rainfall number is probably off by a little bit, not calling for much rain there. There's no way you're not going to get rain with the circulation and the wind coming through. So, Carl, that is a function of what these models are pumping out at any given point. It's going to adjust as we get closer.
Yeah, and you also think about how low the flash flood guidance is around New York City. I mean, an inch of rain can cause big problems.
If somebody pours the big gulp outside their window, there's going to be flooding.
Absolutely.
It's just so soggy. So much of the Northeast is in a top 3 July into August.
Right, and then you've got all that pavement on top of that. Big flood issues on the way potentially for the Northeast. So here's the latest on the storm. 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm on the cusp of becoming a hurricane. Forecast to become a hurricane. Expected to move in on Sunday morning. We'll have much more on this coming up in a few minutes.
Stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
What we expect to see out there during the storm in some areas is debris on the ground, power lines and trees that have fallen, and water blocking travel on roadways. If you must travel this weekend, put your safety first. Make smart decisions. Turn around if you see water in the road. Get to where you need to be prior to the arrival of the storm. Plan ahead, prepare for outages, and expect flooding in low-lying areas.
That is Governor Charlie Baker out of Massachusetts, trying to get everyone in Massachusetts aware of the threat that is coming your way. That threat is from currently Tropical Storm Henri, potentially sooner rather than later Hurricane Henri. That is still explicitly in the forecast by the National Hurricane Center. 70-mile-per-hour winds right now moving north at 7. That is a big change if you're just tuning in right now compared to, say, earlier this morning when we were still moving west or even southwest for a time, now moving due north. The northward jog has begun. What that's going to do is move us into an area where there's much less wind shear, where there's still warm water, and that will help to organize this storm. And down the road, well, southern New England, you're in the path, and that means watches and warnings have been issued, including hurricane warnings everywhere in purple on the screen for you, but also hurricane watches, coastal Connecticut into Rhode Island and Massachusetts, tropical storm watches and warnings around New York City, North Jersey, western Connecticut included in that as well. That's for the wind component, of course. It doesn't speak to some of the other impacts that could be coming your way. That includes those winds moving the water, the storm surge, the Atlantic Ocean literally marching its way inland over the streets. This is for water that could cover normally dry ground and cover that normally dry ground by several feet, maybe 3 to 5 feet of storm surge on the way for some of you in those warned areas. And here's a look at that forecast path. It's moving along. It's going to continue to move relatively rapidly north, but this west jog and the slowing is very problematic. That means that from Sunday afternoon to Monday afternoon, we've only gone 2 states in, and those are fairly small states at that point, talking about Connecticut into western Massachusetts. A slow jog. There's still a lot of wiggle room within here as well, where some of the modeling is still a little bit outside of that cone. Some of it is still a little bit outside the cone to the east side, although that's looking much less likely than the westward jog or the kind of steady state track as you see here. Many of you need to pay attention. That's the point here. And one more water impact I want to tell you about. Even if it were the best case scenario and we were way out here and outside the cone and we missed land, it is still a summer weekend, and the waves are starting to increase. This is a buoy way away from the center, and we're already starting to see the waves propagate out and get towards that kind of 10-footer range. We're going to watch this buoy throughout the show because I bet we're going to start to see those 10-footers coming in, and maybe even a little bit more than that as we cross over that midnight time frame. So, Carl, with the kind of uncertainty that's still out there, we know that these forecasts, the track forecast, gets considerably better when the hurricane hunters are in the storm and getting direct data from the storm.
Absolutely, and they are right now in the storm. The Air Force Hurricane Hunters and the NOAA Hurricane Hunters are both in the storm as we speak. And here is video of the crew flying through Hurricane Grace this morning, which is expected to bring flooding rain, strong winds, and storm surge to central Mexico as it makes a final landfall, making a first landfall there in Mexico in the Yucatan. So there is the plan right now. As I mentioned, the NOAA plane is now in the storm. This is Henri we're talking about. Also, the Air Force Hurricane Hunters are in the storm as well. So the Air Force Hurricane Hunters doing a pattern, a sort of a crisscross pattern right around the center of the circulation, trying to get a sense of just how strong it is. It is still still now a sheared storm where you've got the center displaced relative to where most of the weather is because of that strong wind coming in from the north. But we think that that is going to abate in the next couple of days. But part of what's going into that forecast for the shear to lessen a little bit is a really clear picture of what's going on in the upper atmosphere and farther away from the storm. So that's part of why the NOAA hurricane hunters do a larger pattern, whereas the Air Force hurricane hunters tend to come up and go back and forth right in the vicinity of the storm. Here, the NOAA hurricane hunters are cutting a much larger slice of atmosphere and trying to get a real good sense of what the atmosphere is like around that storm, because that data will then be fed into the models, and that'll give us a better sense of how things are going to evolve here. So when you look at the European model Ensemble forecast, it's really remarkable how much it has changed in the last couple of days. I mean, a couple of days ago, the envelope was something more like that. So it was sort of an outside chance that we'd get some effects on the coast, and then a lot of the tracks were offshore. Now, almost all of the tracks are onshore, and you also notice how many of them come up to this point and then kind of stop and then move out at that point. So the implication there is that the storm moves in, possibly right over New York City, and then comes inland here and then sits. And that would be late Sunday and going into Monday, and then finally begins to move out as we go into Tuesday. So that would imply a terrific amount of very heavy rain. That is going to be one of the biggest impacts from the storm. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Imagine.
We have crews coming from all over the country. This is a national response. This is not a local anymore. We've talked before about calling adjacent utilities. Today I spoke with the CEO at Southern Company, Tom Fanning, who was offered resources. I spoke with the CEO of Con Ed, Tim Colley, who's a friend, and we are going to have all of the resources that we need to bring to bear on this storm.
That's the CEO of Eversource, Connecticut's power company, talking about steps they're taking ahead of Henri, but also New York, Long Island, all the way to Boston and Cape Cod. So many of you are under alerts. 18 million people under tropical alerts from Henri. You're looking at some of the latest stats as issued by the 8 o'clock advisory by the National Hurricane Center. 70-mile-per-hour top wind still, so still a tropical storm, but just kind of one click away, one notch away from hurricane. Very little difference effectively between a top-end tropical storm and a low-end Cat 1. You know, you got to put the line somewhere, and that happens to be where that line is. But there is a big difference if we continue to strengthen, and some of the models are doing that. There's also a big difference if we somehow weaken faster than anticipated at this point. We can hope for that, but that's not the best forecast right now. I think tree damage is going to be a huge problem for the Northeast, including for those power companies that we were just listening to, because tree damage and power line damage go hand in hand. This could be between the rain saturating the grounds and then the wind that's coming through. It could be a real problem. Want to talk more about some of the impacts and some of what the modeling is suggesting right now. Storm specialist Carl Parker with me tonight. And Carl, this is a storm path that we have not seen in years and years and years, a direct impact potential on the Northeast.
Yeah, and you know, it reminds me in some respects of Sandy because of this left turn. And you know, once again, we've got a high latitude area of high pressure that is the reason why here, because in a lot of cases, historically, when a storm gets up into that latitude, that position, it zips out to the Northeast, but that is not happening in this case. It is going to really slow down. Each of these forecast points is 12 hours apart. So 12 hours here, things moving right along, and then another 12 hours is what it takes to go from Long Island to the Massachusetts state line, and then another 12 hours to get to the Vermont and New Hampshire state line. So that slow motion is going to prolong everything. It's going to amplify everything, step it up. It's going to be that much more wind. It's going to be that much more rain. The rainfall potential potential, the flooding potential is absolutely huge. Storm surge is also going to be an issue over several high tide cycles. Here you see the advisories that are now up. Hurricane warnings for central and eastern Long Island, as well as the south shore of the shore of Connecticut there. And then here you see the probability of tropical storm force winds. This is where it stands right now. So the highest chances there on Long Island, as well as into Connecticut and Rhode Island. And that would be coming in on Sunday morning. So early in the morning on Sunday is when those winds would be stepping up. Here you see the model forecast showing you how that's likely to take place here. Winds really starting to drive in there into Long Island Sound and southeastern New England coming up on Sunday morning. So there's the storm surge warning in effect, and we're talking about as much as 3 to 5 feet Rhode Island and southeastern New England, and 2 to 4 feet along Long Island and Long Island Sound. Now let's talk about rainfall, because again, with this storm moving so slowly, this is going to be enormous. You've got a lot of different things that are going on here. One is that we've had one of the wettest Julys on record. Another is that we just had a tropical storm come up through the region and very heavy rain within the last several days here. Another is that you've got mountainous terrain, and another is that you've got a huge metro area with a lot of impervious surface there. So you add all those things together and you talk about adding, all of that rain, a huge area of 3 to 5 inches, but then within that into the Adirondacks and the Catskills, 5 to 8, even 8 to 12 inches of rain. I mean, you are talking about the potential for catastrophic flooding developing with this storm, and that is going to be Sunday and into Monday, and the storm finally starting to move out as we go into Tuesday. That's the GFS model, not quite as aggressive about the total amount of rain here, but still showing really significant rain. And so what we're thinking right now is that flash flooding is likely here across parts of southern New England in particular, but then from Monday morning after into Monday evening and even into Tuesday morning, I'd be very concerned about what happens in southeast New York as well. An exceptional amount of heavy rain on the way in those areas if the storm does indeed move off to the northwest and then begin to stall at that point. We'll stay with the Weather Channel for continuing live coverage as Henri takes aim at the northeast. We have a team of meteorologists spread across the area to cover this storm like no one else. Live coverage continues right here on the Weather Channel.
When you're shopping for a new vehicle, how do you know which brand you can trust? With Subaru, you get Kelley Blue Book's Most Trusted Brand winner 7 years in a row. In fact, Subaru has won Most Trusted Brand for more consecutive years than any other brand. No wonder Kelley Blue Book also picked Subaru as their best overall brand, once again. It's easy to love a brand you can trust. It's easy to love a Subaru.
The simple point here is we really would like everybody to be off the roads at the height of the storm, which will probably last all day Sunday and through until the early part of Monday. We don't want people to be stuck in the traffic on the Cape Cod bridges when the storm is in full force on Sunday.
And let's get you caught up to speed on what we know right now as Henri has made that northern turn and is headed towards the northeast corridor. In Massachusetts, Governor Charlie Baker has activated 1,000 National Guard troops to be on standby for any high water rescues. Meanwhile, utility crews are being put in place across the region to help restore power. And in New York City, beaches closed to the public for swimming on Sunday and Monday. The activity has been nonstop at the marinas in the path of the storm. People living along the southern bays, the Cape, the islands are gearing up for tropical activity. Our affiliate in Boston shows us how the area is preparing for Henri.
Along Buzzards Bay, the docks and marinas are anything but the calm before the storm.
Get my boat out, because I just think a lot of people, they're not used to having a hurricane or something coming like this, so they're they're nervous.
By mid-morning, the crew from Connolly Marine pulled their 6th boat of the day, and there are several just like them.
And every hour, we just keep adding more.
Boater Scott Arobino remembers Hurricane Bob, but he's planning to stay put.
I'm going to tie extra lines up to it, more bumpers out, just to make it secure. The dock will ride up and down with it.
A hurricane of any strength is enough for the power companies to move crews into position.
We have approximately 1,000 line, tree, and service crews ready to support restoration efforts in Massachusetts, but we're continuing to work to add more.
These emergency power crews took the ferry to Martha's Vineyard. They were joined by Ben Lozado, visiting his mom on the island.
We basically decided that we're going to hang out in the house, make pies, hunker down.
Back at the marina, the captain of Common Sense decided to live up to the name of his boat and prepare for whatever Henri brings.
Right now, we're just going to get the boat in a safe spot.
It is a tough assignment at the boat docks, that's for sure. You know, a direct hit from a hurricane in New England is relatively rare. The last one officially was Hurricane Bob back in 1985. But the region is no stranger to strong storms and bad weather. Usually in the winter, nor'easters can bring tropical storm force or even stronger wind gusts, as well as the pounding wave action. But Henri is no nor'easter. So we want to talk a little bit about what the difference is, what you can expect differently between these two coastal storms. So let's bring in storm specialist Carl Parker for more of that discussion as well. This is a coastal low, and people in the Northeast are used to these big coastal lows, but a tropical system is a bit different as well.
Very different, and you know, one of the first things that occurs to me is that when you have a northeast storm, a nor'easter, I should say, that's usually in the winter, and usually all the leaves are gone, they're not on the trees, and you know, here in this case, you're going to have fully leafed trees that are going to have a lot more surface area, and they're going to be able to catch the wind a lot more easily.
They act like little parachutes and just catch that wind.
Right, so you've got that, plus you've got all this heavy rain that we've just seen here in the last, you know, several days with Fred, so the ground's saturated, so trees will come over more easily. I think that's going to be a recipe for widespread tree and power line damage. That is one of the big differences right there. And then the other, of course, is the heavy rain.
Yeah, and the combination of the two, as you mentioned, the grounds are saturated from Fred, but if you're already saturated, then you add all this heavy rain on top of that, and then you're pushing the tree first one direction and then from the other. You're wiggling that root ball around. I mean, the trees are going to give up. That is going to be a huge component here.
It's going to be a huge component. And then, you know, the other thing that we're talking about is the rain. With the nor'easter, of course, usually it's snow, you know, maybe rain in coastal areas from 95 and on eastward. In this case, it is going to be, you know, a super soaker, basically. It's going to come up and it's just going to move so slowly that we will see a widespread area of exceptionally heavy rain. Now, if that forecast is realized, that's the European model forecast, if that is realized, I mean, the flooding is going to be enormous. You know, first of all, you've got terrain there in upstate New York. Second of all, you've got pavement all around New York City in the tri-state area. I mean, the flash flood guidance, we've talked about that a lot. And we'll actually, let's see if we can, you know, get that for you here within the next couple of hours. But the flash flood guidance in and around New York City is typically somewhere on the order of an inch or a half of an inch in an hour's time. That can be enough to cause flash flooding. And here you're going to be talking about easily that, maybe many multiples of that. So I think we're going to be looking at a really significant flood event from these metro areas on to the northwest there into the Catskills and into the Adirondacks as well. There you go. There's the flash flood guidance right there. And, you know, indeed, you're talking about an inch over very large sections of the New York City metro, especially there in New Jersey, and, you know, even a little bit lower than that in some spots. And there in 3 hours, I mean, you know, that's, you know, 2 inches in 3 hours. That is easily going to happen. So I think widespread flash flooding may be one of the biggest impacts of this storm.
Let's talk about the difference again with the winds, right? With a nor'easter, it's usually along a front. It can be a very strong area of low pressure, but that wind is kind of stretched out for everybody, and sometimes the far-reaching areas have the worst of the wind. In a tropical system, there is that core, that strong wind. That is a difference that people are not as used to.
Right. It's going to be a more concentrated area of wind, and in fact, let me get the forecast here. So there it is right there. And you're absolutely right. When you're talking about a non-tropical system, it's a more spread out area of winds. A tropical system has a more compact area of wind that gets stronger and stronger as you get towards the core. So, where that core comes up and could be, anywhere along Long Island there and then into Connecticut and Rhode Island, where that core comes in, that's where we're going to be looking at really significant tree and power line damage.
Simple.
The Northeast is still drying out from rain from what was Tropical Storm Fred and the remnant low from that. Look at this video from yesterday in Somerville, Massachusetts, where heavy rain absolutely flooded the streets. There is no bandwidth left for more rain. Then you don't have a long time to clean up and get those storm drains clean and, pick up all that debris before Henri's rains arrive. Now, this is not just a one-off thing. What you're looking at here is the rain from July, and almost all of New England had a top 3 wettest July month. Many areas are approaching a top 5 summer, but kind of backloaded. June was not nearly as wet as July, and August has continued to be rather soggy. So the soils here are full. And so if you look at the accumulation in just the past 7 days, you can see where we had all that flooding across Connecticut into Massachusetts, but also back here where some of the modeling suggests we're going to see just as much rain, even though the center is forecast to stay within this white outline cone. You could still have many impacts outside of the cone. So again, here too, the grounds are absolutely saturated. Beginning as early as tomorrow, we could start to see some flash flooding. That's just from a few renegade thunderstorms that are doing that pinwheel outer band type action on the far northern edge of the circulation. But it won't take much because the grounds have been so saturated. And then the meat of the storm from Henri comes in Sunday into Sunday night. A huge area where it's not just possible, it is likely. And this is still a couple of days away. If you kind of follow the pattern of these, you know that as we get closer, they fine-tune the areas that are going to get hit, harder than others, or where that rain overlaps with some areas that got a lot of rain recently. We're going to have a red zone on here. We just have to. But it's a function of time, not quite, the certainty of where that storm is going to go is not there yet. So anticipate seeing a very likely area of anticipated flash flooding. If you look at the European model at face value, it is one of those models that comes in across Long Island into Connecticut, stalls, slows down, turns left, basically hangs out for a little bit, and then starts backing out the other way. But because of that motion, huge amounts of rain across southern New England, getting into portions of the Poconos and, the mountainous terrain here into New York and near the Finger Lakes. That is far away. You're not thinking tropical weather near the Finger Lakes all that often, but you might need to with this storm. USGFS model is a little bit more muted on the extent of the heavy rain, but it's pretty similar on that path, that the path comes in this way. The stalling out happens a little closer to the Capital District, and then the turn back towards the north and east. It is still surprising to me, Carl, how little rain the global models have been pumping out towards Rhode Island, towards eastern Massachusetts. I'm not sure personally I buy that yet. With a a storm that's hitting the coastline, generally that rain field expands and spreads out, and everyone gets a lot of rain on that east side, and they might want, someone in here is going to wind up on the pivot point where the rain just sits there for a while.
Yeah, that is interesting. I got thinking about that myself, and I did think back to Irene. That was an interesting case because when Irene came in, I don't know if you remember, but the western semicircle did tend to be a little wetter. I guess there was a little more frictional convergence there or something.
And the the land changes, right? The whole land is rising as you go inland, so there's some added lift to that west side.
Yeah. So I just wonder if we're going to be looking at a similar, really widespread flood event in this case. I think that we probably are, and that is going to be one of the biggest impacts from this storm. Now let's give you the latest from the Hurricane Center. It is a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm. The hurricane hunters are out in the system right now. We'll see what they find here in the next couple of hours. It's moving north at 7 miles per hour, so that long-awaited turn to the north has started to occur, and there is the forecast track. So it's expected to be coming up to the coast as a Category 1 hurricane. Now, it might, be a little bit stronger than that as it's approaching. It's probably not going to get any stronger as it gets up into, say, the latitude of New Jersey, because the water gets a lot cooler at that point. These systems derive their energy from warm ocean water. So that's one thing that's going to help us out just a little bit. We don't expect that it's going to rapidly get much stronger as it's approaching the coast. But, could either be a tad bit stronger or a tad bit weaker as it comes on shore. But here you notice these increments. These are 12-hour increments. So that means the storm is barely moving as it's coming to the north between Sunday afternoon and Monday around midnight, and then Monday afternoon. I mean, that is just crawling through there, and that is really going to amplify that flood threat. Hurricane warnings now in effect along Long Island, southern parts of Connecticut, Long Island Sound. Here you see the probability of tropical storm force winds extending from Boston down to New York. So that's going to be that corridor. I mean, that incredibly highly populated corridor there is going to be in for some really strong wind. There's a lot of tree cover. The trees are fully leafed out. We're going to be looking at widespread power line and tree damage, and those winds starting to move in on Sunday morning. And as that wind comes in, it's also going to be piling up the water as well. So storm surge is going to be a significant threat along the Long Island shore there and farther east. We'll stay with the Weather Channel for continuing live coverage as Henri takes aim at the Northeast.
18 million people across the Northeast have alerts out tonight because of the approaching tropical feature of Henri. I say feature because right now it's a tropical storm, but we may have a hurricane as it approaches the southeast coast. That includes all of Long Island into Connecticut, Rhode Island coast, parts of Massachusetts, and westbound tropical storm warnings all the way through Long Island, watches into New Jersey. Not only a wind threat, but also a rain threat, a storm surge threat. We're staying live with you tonight until 1 a.m. Eastern, tracking Henri. I'm Mark Elliott alongside Carl Parker and Mike Seidels along the Massachusetts coast tonight as new data is coming in, and we're tracking that data to tell us little hints about where Henri will go. How does that data coming in from the hurricane hunters and new models coming in tonight affect you down the road? Let's bring you up to speed. Let's go through what's happening right now. This is the current satellite imagery. Still a little bit of a sheared storm. We'll talk about what that means as Carl is going to kind of break down where those winds are right now and how that's tilting the storm over. But the storm itself has been fighting off those winds, and still a very strong tropical storm, 70-mile-per-hour winds right now, and moving due north. That is a difference compared to if you were tuning in earlier today, where you no longer have that west or even southwest jog that we've had for so long. You notice that long path. Now we're going due north. And as you kind of extrapolate that move northbound, you can see how we're getting closer and closer to the interest here in New England. Again, another look at those watches and warnings that are up. Both tropical storm and hurricane alerts have been issued. Not only are we talking about wind, that gives you those alerts, the tropical storm, cutoff or the hurricane cutoff, that's all a wind thing, but the wind moves the water, and the water could be marching on land. We've got storm surge warnings that are up. We'll go in depth on some of these numbers in just a second, but some of you could see a 3 to 5 foot water rise above normally dry ground. That would be a life-threatening storm surge on the way. Carl is just one of many impacts that could be approaching with a true tropical system with a direct and a first impact on New England, which is reasonably rare. Usually they're coming into New England, they're falling apart, they're inland already.
Yeah.
You don't often get the first impact in New England from a tropical feature.
Right, and another thing that often happens is when a storm gets into that position, it starts to accelerate and races out to the
Racing
Maritimes.
away.
So we've had the presence of these upper level high pressure systems that block systems and then force them to move inland. That's exactly what happened in the case of Sandy, and we're seeing something similar in this case as well. So right now we're looking at a storm that is being sheared some. So the center of circulation is on the northwest side of where the weather is right now, because there is some stronger northeasterly and northerly wind coming down and across that circulation. So that will continue to keep it in check in the short term, but the thinking is that that shear is going to back away in the longer term, and that will allow it to continue to get stronger. So there are several of the intensity models that do take it well up into Category 1 territory there. Now, when you look at what's going on with the water temperatures, that's, of course, an important part of this. And in the short term, the storm is going to be crossing the very warm waters of the Gulf Stream, which runs up and along the coast just like that. And that should allow the storm to get up to about 85 miles per hour. And then as it's closing in on the coast, water temperatures do drop off. Now, that's probably not going to have a huge impact, but it will most likely prevent the storm from getting much stronger as it's coming onshore. So at least it will keep it sort of in place until it hits land. And then at that point, of course, it's going to begin to lose that power source altogether. And that's when it really will start to weaken. So here's the European model forecast showing you the center of circulation coming up towards Long Island and southern parts of New England. That is Sunday morning when that's happening. So the wind's stepping up at that time. And then the storm coming inland and really slowing down. That's late Sunday. Then into late Monday, does not move very much at all, and that is reflected in the Ensemble guidance from the European model, which is wholesale, moved off to the west relative to what we saw a couple of days ago. When you look at all these tracks, you see how they move in and then sort of stop here and move out. So that implies that change of direction right in there. That implies that stopping, that stalling in interior parts of New England and the Northeast. And that, Mark, I think is going to be a huge part of the story. That's what's going to drive those really high rainfall totals. And when you talk about that happening in areas where the ground is saturated, that's a recipe for disaster. Right?
And not to get too far off base here, but the GFS, the American model, had been suggesting this kind of westward path days before the European model picked up on it, but now they are aligned. It gives even more confidence that we're going to have direct impacts.
Yeah, in the longer term, the GFS was definitely the better performer.
It's surprising in some ways, but also, again, brings the confidence that the forecast is on the right track, and we can really alert everyone that needs to know about the impacts that are coming their way. And some of those impacts will be from the ocean. The storm surge, let's talk more about that. If you're not familiar with the term, right, you thought this was just a Florida thing. No, this is whenever the wind is moving the water forward. That wind is pushing that top layer of water. And so the water is literally marching its way inland and can go over areas that are normally dry. Outside of the low tide to high tide swing, areas that are normally dry could have significant water rise. And we're talking about a 2 to 4 foot water rise anywhere in yellow here, a potential for a 3 to 5 foot rise anywhere in orange. Now, it's not the whole area. That is the maximum number that is possible in that zone that's colored in. And it often needs some help to get to those big numbers. That help can come in the form of the wind direction being exactly right, the shape of the coastline being exactly right or wrong, as the case may be. Wrong because it's going to help the water come in, but also the tide cycle itself. This is for Sunday morning at 9:18. Look at Montauk. Look at the wind that's curling in and pointing almost directly at Montauk at that point. That is a high tide. So it adds the concern, it adds the alarm that we could have a chance for significant water rise there if this model and the position of this low is exactly right at that time, which there is still some wiggle room on that. Also want to look at New York City quickly, because at this point, Sunday morning, you may have offshore winds in the city, but that's pointing almost directly at LaGuardia. And Carl, some of the inundation maps from the National Hurricane Center that really, fine-tunedly look at where that water could go up, it's covering some of the runways at LaGuardia. I mean, that could be a devastating impact for the infrastructure around the city.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, that is, it's really going to be a really big deal, especially if the storm does end up going farther west, and it's possible that it does. Some of the modeling is indicating that the core of the storm could come right into New York City. Well, another huge concern is going to be inland flooding. This is video from 24 hours ago in Marcellus, New York, where Fred left the northeast waterlog, and that is going to compound the flooding concerns over the weekend as rain begins to fall from Henri. So let's talk about what has happened in the month of July. And what we've been looking at here is an exceptionally wet period across the northeast. It was the wettest July on record in Binghamton, in Concord. It was the second wettest in Portland, in Boston, and Albany, and the third wettest in New York, and in Newark, and in Providence. So, that's really saying something. There's a lot of water in the ground right now. And then when you look at what's just happened in the last several days, here we've had Fred come through. We've had a terrific amount of rain along the Appalachians and the D.C. metro up into New York. It may be that more of this rain is outside of those areas that got hit so hard in the past 7 days. But the bottom line here is that there is a lot of water in the ground. It's not going to take a terrific amount of flooding to cause problems. And then here you've got a storm that is going to really, really slow down. You look at the timing here. It's coming up into Sunday afternoon. And then here we go. Another 12 hours later, it has only moved from the southern part of Long Island to the state line between Massachusetts and Connecticut. That is barely moving in all that time. And when your motion is going to be that slow, you're going to be looking at a terrific amount of rain. I want to show you the rainfall forecast very quickly here. Look at that from the European model. Now, it may not happen exactly like that, but if we do see something like that, that is going to be absolutely huge. That could be catastrophic in some parts of southeastern New York. Well, now we go to Cape Cod, where we find meteorologist Mike Seidel. He's in West Dennis with a look at how locals plan to weather the storm.
Out here on Cape Cod, everybody is watching the track of Henri. It has shifted to the west over the past couple of days, but there's still going to be impacts here on Cape Cod in eastern Mass. Today, though, what a beautiful day. It's August, it's high season. The Cape is packed with tourists, and it was a beautiful beach day. Water temps mid-70s. Now, you think that's fairly mild, but it's cooler than the Gulf Stream in the low to mid-80s. So what happens as Henri crosses out of the Gulf Stream, the northern wall, into the cooler water, that should weaken it at least a little bit before landfall. But if you're thinking about coming out to the Cape or leaving the Cape on Sunday, the governor of Massachusetts, Charlie Baker, has some advice.
The simple point here is we really would like everybody to be off the roads at the height of the storm, which will probably last all day Sunday and through until the early part of Monday. We don't want people to be stuck in the traffic on the Cape Cod bridges when the storm is in full force on Sunday.
Based on the current track, the #1 impact here on the Cape will be the storm surge, and that will be helped along by the full moon. It'll be full on Sunday. The high tide of concern here in West Dennis and on the south shore of the Cape is early Sunday afternoon. That surge forecast right now at 3 to 5 feet. Also, wind gust over 40 miles an hour could knock out at least some power. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel in West Dennis, Massachusetts.
All right, there's a live look at Boston right now, and you're looking at the Charles River and towards the north end as well. It's cloudy tonight. It's calm tonight, but that is going to change really dramatically come Sunday. Tropical storm conditions will be moving in, and the main threats are going to be some strong wind and also heavy rain. There you see a model forecast with that strong wind as it comes up towards Long Island. That is early in the morning on Sunday, and then it really starts to move in through the day on Sunday. So that's when those stronger winds come across Long Island as well as into Connecticut and Rhode Island and parts of Massachusetts. So in Boston, 35-mile-per-hour gusts late on Sunday, and about 1 to 2 inches of rain is what we're expecting. Nantucket winds 35+ miles per hour through the middle of the day on Sunday, and less than an inch of rain potentially. Providence, a little more rain, stronger wind here, 50+ mile-per-hour wind gusts late on Sunday. And keep in mind, this is a function of the forecast as it stands right now. It's forecast to be a low-end Category 1 and then weakening pretty rapidly to a tropical storm as it's coming in. But, you know, that could yet change, and that would change these forecasts. Then in Hartford, 55+ mile-per-hour winds coming in Sunday night and 1 to 2 inches of rain. But you get into a whole lot more rain as you move more towards the western part of Connecticut and the tri-state area. You know, that's when we're talking about, you know, 3 to 4, maybe even 5 inches of rain in some parts of that part of the metro. So it's going to be a really big deal, all that heavy rain. And again, this is all contingent on the way the forecast looks right now, Mark. We may yet see some changes, and there are some models that do bring the core of the storm rather than into central Long Island, more right into New York City.
Yeah, that's a westward trend in the models that may not be done yet. So if that trend continues, it does march kind of right into New York. So that's something that we need to watch for. We also have to see where any kind of that tropical feed coming up across the eastern seaboard, if that sets up over southeast New England and then bends back into the storm, then other areas could see more rain than are on these maps as well. Right. You know, so we want to show you some of the impacts that could be coming towards the New York City area. There are multiple alerts in effect: storm surge watch, rip current risk for the Long Beach area, tropical storm watch for New York City. Those are alerts you don't get every year, that's for sure. And so you need to be aware of what's coming. And don't forget, if you live up in those skyscrapers, the winds can go up considerably as you go up in elevation. And so it's really going to be rocking there across the city no matter what. But here is kind of the first reasonable guess at what to expect around New York City with, you know, widespread, you know, tropical storm force gusts through Sunday afternoon and a fairly persistent wind through the rest of Sunday as well, where the rain could be a big part of this story around New York, widespread 2 to 3. Here's a look at some of that, how that comes together. As early as Saturday at, say, lunchtime, we may start to see a couple of these showers rotating on through. Won't be raining the whole time, but it's your appetizer course. It starts saturating the grounds. The real steady rains come in early on Sunday, and it's at that point, of course, highly track dependent, but it's at that point that the rain may not end very well until the afternoon hours. So a widespread 2 to 3, and you notice lots of 3s on this map now compared to where we were even an hour ago. This is constantly updating, and as new models come in, these numbers will change, but it is a model blend. And so if one of the models is a little bit off, the rainfall numbers will be a little bit off as well. The Montauk area, wanted to point this out. Sunday afternoon, 60-mile-per-hour gusts in the forecast. So, Carl, significant impacts coming in towards the New York City metro area.
Absolutely. And so we are watching what is now a tropical storm, a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It is now moving to the north. That long advertised switch to the northward motion has finally occurred, now about 270 miles east of Cape Hatteras. So there are the current advisories. Hurricane warnings now in effect for central and eastern Long Island, the Connecticut coastline there, Long Island Sound. Tropical storm warnings reaching into the tri-state area, so tropical storm force winds are expected in those areas. That may yet slide a little farther west. Hurricane watches across much of the New England coastline there, and storm surge warnings in all of those areas as well. We'll stay for the Weather Channel for continuing live coverage as Henri takes aim at the Northeast. We have a team of meteorologists spread out across the area to cover this storm like no one else.
Evacuate immediately.
We could see power outages not just on the coast, but also much further inland as well, depending upon the track the storm takes. And we'll also be closing state pools, campgrounds, and other recreational areas early to help keep people off the roads and home in advance of the storm. I know that August weekends in Massachusetts are usually a great time to be outside and enjoy what's left of the rest of summer, but it looks like this storm is going to have a big impact on the Commonwealth, and we really would urge everybody to do everything they can to stay home on Sunday and to be mindful of the fact that the high winds and the rain that come with this storm will in fact create issues across the Commonwealth, and that everybody needs to be vigilant and careful about how they handle the back part of this weekend.
Got to be ready in New England, that is for sure. As Henri is making that, that path off to the north now, that is one of the big changes from the day, moving north at 7 miles per hour as of the 8 o'clock advisory. That long path that we had going around Bermuda, then coming back west, maybe even a southwest jog at times, now due north. That westward jog for now is done. I say for now because some of the models suggest that there could be a second round moving west. Very rare, but possible. Whether that's after landfall in Connecticut and Long Island, where the hurricane warnings are up, and then turning. Some of the modeling is now starting to do that a little bit sooner, which would need an adjustment if that winds up being the case to some of these alerts that you're looking at. Could it be, direct hurricane or strong tropical storm impacts directly into New York City or North Jersey? It's not off the table yet. That's why you're under watches across those areas. Sometimes these alerts do change. You just need to keep with the forecast and keep with the changes. That's why we're here for you right on through 1 a.m. tonight for the East Coast. Now, the storm surge is also going to be a big part of this story. All those alerts I was showing you is about the wind. How strong could the winds be at any one location? Well, those winds move the water, and the water marches inland into areas that are normally dry. That's the point of the storm surge warning, to alert you where there could be water over normally dry ground. Some of you could see 2 to 4, if not 3 to 5 feet of storm surge in some locations. And again, a look at that path. Here's the current path. Remember, this is forecasting where the center goes, not where all the impacts will be or go and evolve as the storm moves in. But there's that northward move, maybe a little bit east of due north. But look at the curl that is forecast going west and then turning. When does that bend occur? Is it sooner or is it later? And then how far west does it get? These are all questions that are not answered just yet, even as we have the general theme right. And well, the hurricane hunters are getting real data in from the storm right now, and that goes into the models and directly makes them better. So I want to bring back storm specialist Carl Parker. Carl, we know that the track forecasts get better when the hurricane hunters are flying the storm.
More data that gets into the models, the better off the models are going to be. And the hurricane hunters are once again getting the job done. Here is video of the crew flying through Hurricane Grace this morning. Now, this is the storm that is in the Gulf of Mexico. It is going to bring flooding rain, strong winds, storm surge to central Mexico as it makes landfall tonight. You may recall that there was a time when we were concerned that the storm might come up into the northern Gulf of Mexico, but then it trended farther south and now is getting close to making landfall near Poza Rica in Mexico. 100-mile-per-hour storm, and it will continue to work inland and into Mexico City, which is one of the largest metro areas in the world. And so they are going to be in for some really significant weather in a highly populated area there. All right, so let's talk about the recon with respect respect to what's going on with Henri, the Air Force hurricane hunters are still now in the storm. The NOAA hurricane hunters are going to be going out tomorrow, early in the morning, really overnight, and then 4 o'clock in the morning as well. And as the Air Force hurricane hunters are out in the system, they are using a device that is called the SMRF. We call it the SMRF. It's the SFMR, the stepped frequency microwave radiometer. And what it does is it scans the ocean surface, and it's scanning the brightness temperature of the sea spray. And it's really accurate, generally to within 10%. It can give you a really good idea of what the surface winds are based on how much sea spray the ocean is kicking up. So from that, they are able to get a good sense of what the winds are like. Now, they did make a pass, and they did find some winds getting up to about 60 miles per hour in the storm as they came across that motion right there. Now they're going up to the northeast side. They'll probably come back down across that center once again. And once that data is in, we'll have a better sense of what's going on with that storm. Now, the hurricane hunters, the NOAA hurricane hunters, are now back to MacDill and Tampa. But you notice that they did a much larger pattern than do the Air Force hurricane hunters. They're going all around the storm, trying to get a sense of the atmosphere around the storm, and that is part of the data that goes into the forecast models to give us a better sense of exactly where this thing is going. Still a spread here, and it's still possible that it moves even farther west and more towards New York City. We'll have more of this coming up in a few minutes.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and
we have crews coming from all over the country. This is a national response. This is not a local anymore. We've talked before about calling adjacent utilities. Today I spoke with the CEO at Southern Company, Tom Fanning, who was offered resources. I spoke with the CEO of Con Ed, Tim Colley, who's a friend, and we are going to have all of the resources that we need to bring to bear on this storm.
That's the CEO of Eversource, Connecticut's power company, talking about steps they're taking ahead of Henri. And I think a lot of the power companies are talking about this, from New York to Long Island, all the way to Boston and Cape Cod, as more than 18 million people are under tropical alerts right now. Here are the current stats: 70-mile-per-hour top wind speed. We're seeing 994 millibars, and the hurricane hunters are in this storm right now getting new data. But I mentioned that we have a large area with alerts, and how could there not be? As you're looking live now at the city, this is the waiting game, right? This is, people are getting a little bit nervous because we know that there could be a jog to the west still with this track. It's happened many, many times over. That's been the trend, right? You follow the trend with these models. And at one point, the storm was forecast to do a way outside turn, then a just outside turn. Now we're starting to go back westward again. And the question is, how much more west will we go? How much adjustment will these alerts that the 18 million of you are under need? How much more adjusting will there be? I think there could still be some. Hurricane watches and warnings from, say, Connecticut's coast and the Massachusetts coast down through Rhode Island, but then tropical storm watches and warnings west of there. Could those have to be adjusted farther west? Or do the hurricane watches and warnings have to go farther west? Let's take a look at what the models are suggesting right now. Bringing back storm specialist Carl Parker. And Carl, we've been watching this trend for days. No guarantee that we're done with that westward move. In fact, the ensembles still cover an area from, South Jersey all the way to Cape Cod still for where that center could go.
Yes, exactly right. In fact, we can take a look at the European model ensembles here, and there's been this steady march to the west over the last couple of days. There's also been a tightening of the guidance indicating that the confidence is increasing slightly, but there's still a very large spread here. You've got many of the members over into eastern parts of New England, many of the members over towards Long Island, and then some coming right into New York City directly. There are also some other models that do bring that center right into New York City. So that is very much on the table at this point. That is a possibility at this point. What we're looking at tonight is a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It is moving to the north now at 7 miles per hour. You notice the center relative to where all the weather is, and so it's being sheer. There's some strong wind coming out of the northeast and across that circulation, but the thinking is that that sheer will lessen and that will allow the storm to get stronger, probably to 85 miles per hour into tomorrow. And then as it's approaching the coast, it's probably going to just start to trend down a little bit because the water temperatures are going to drop off. They'll be very warm off the east coast of North Carolina and then starting to drop off as you get closer to the coast there. But still, you're talking about a formidable storm. Whether or not it's a Category 1 hurricane or a strong tropical storm, it is going to be a formidable storm. And the main thing that I want you to notice here is that here you've got all that distance being covered in that 12-hour increment, and then the next 12-hour increment goes from the southern tip of Long Island to the Massachusetts-Connecticut state line. And then the next 12-hour increment goes from there up to the southern part of Vermont and the southern part of New Hampshire. So it is barely moving in the space of 24 hours, and that is going to mean a prolonged period of strong wind and a very heavy rain. There's a lot of water in the ground in the Northeast. We just had Fred. We had a very wet July as well. And here you're talking about potentially adding a huge area of very heavy rain to, urban areas where flooding is more likely, and then to mountainous terrain and into areas where we've got water in the ground because of all of what's happened in the last week and the last several weeks. So that could mean a really significant flash flood story developing Sunday, continuing into Monday as well. There you see where flash flooding is likely through Monday morning, but into Monday afternoon, that is likely going to extend farther off to the northwest as the storm itself also moves farther to the northwest. Here you see the potential for tropical storm force winds. And keep in mind that the trees are fully leaved at this point, and so we're going to be looking at possibly widespread power outages, power lines, trees coming down. Those winds start to really pick up on Sunday morning, and they continue through the day on Sunday all across the Northeast. Well, stay with the Weather Channel for continuing coverage as Henri takes aim at the Northeast. We have a team of meteorologists spread out across the area to cover this storm like no one else. Live coverage continues right here on the Weather Channel.
You want to make pizza?
To the current track of the hurricane, we're strongly recommending that all travelers delay any trips to the Cape and the islands, possibly until Monday when the storm moves out. Additionally, those currently visiting the Cape and Islands this week should consider leaving the Cape on Saturday or find a way to make plans to stay until Monday or Tuesday.
It is a combination of residents and tourists this time of year for all of the coastal areas of New England. School doesn't start up for the Northeast until after Labor Day, and so people are still at the coast and need to be aware of the risk coming your way. Let's go through what else we know right now for all of the coast of the New England region. The governor of Connecticut has declared a state of emergency ahead of the storm. Meanwhile, the National Guard is now activated in both Connecticut and Massachusetts. And in New York City, beaches will be closed for swimming on Sunday and Monday. We know that activity has been very busy at the marinas in the path of the storm. People living along the southern bays, the Cape, the islands have been gearing up for tropical action. Let's get another update from the area on how everyone is preparing.
I don't like storms.
The pier in Plymouth packed with people trying to squeeze in another day of vacation before the arrival of Henri.
Hopefully it'll only be a couple of days and that we don't lose power.
The beaches in Plymouth will be closed starting tomorrow. High tides and storm surges will be some of the biggest worries on the South Shore.
We have a lot of boats in this harbor, so the other thing could be the wind, the storm surge. Boats could break free.
Back up Route 3 in Scituate, the harbor floods a lot, so they get the concept of storm surge. Old Scituate Light sits silently, awaiting what could be New England's first hurricane in a long time.
Yeah, it can be bad, and it all depends if the storm comes in or not.
I'm not going to come down to the harbor for dinner on Sunday night.
There's no snow in the forecast, but it's still busy at the village market as people prepare to hunker down.
You got to think about what do you need for the next 2 or 3 days, because where I am by the water, we might not be able to get out.
We've got a lot of food on the boat, but we are buying some extra food and wine and beer.
So we know that direct impacts from hurricanes in New England is reasonably rare. Hurricane Bob in '91, Gloria back in '85. Those are ones you talk about for decades upon decades because they're rare and a big deal when they happen. But the region is no stranger to strong storms and bad weather. Nor'easters in the winter can bring tropical storm force or stronger wind gusts, as well as the pounding wave action. But Henri is not a nor'easter. There are some big differences. So I want to have that discussion with storm specialist Carl Parker. Let's talk a little bit more about those differences. Part of that's time of year. Part of it is the true makeup of the center of these two different areas of low pressure at the coast.
Yeah, there are a lot of different things. You know, one of the first things that jumps out to me is that generally when we're getting these nor'easters, it is in the colder months, and so a lot of the leaves are down by that time. And so while we do get really strong winds, they don't have as much impact in terms of trees coming down because you don't have as much leaf cover. When you see all that, there's the tree canopy as it stands across New England, and it's, you know, it's enormous. I mean, there's just, you know, very large, beautiful trees in Connecticut and Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and with all those trees having their leaves out, they're going to catch more wind. So that's part of it. But then another part of it is that we had a record wet month. We're coming off a record wet month in July, and 90% of tree roots are about 1.5 to 2 feet below the surface. And so when there's a lot of water in the ground, well, it weakens that layer where most of the roots reside, and it makes it easier for winds to topple that tree over. So, you know, I think the fact that we've got so much rain, which, you know, you generally wouldn't have had as much of in the wintertime, and you've got fully leafed trees, which obviously you don't have in the wintertime, I think that is going to really increase, Mark, the potential for significant wind, power line, and tree damage across the Northeast. So I think power outages are going to loom very large, especially with the storm moving so slowly.
There's a bit of a misnomer, right? It's always windy at the beach, or we've been through the biggest of the nor'easters, and, you know, along those fronts you can have a lot of wind. But the core of a warm core tropical system and the ferocious winds in that focused area is very different from a winter storm.
It is very different from a winter storm, and so we can show you the model forecast for the winds here. When you've got a winter storm, you have a wind field that is larger, and it's generally more spread out. It's not as concentrated, whereas with a tropical system, it tends to be a little bit smaller, and then it gets stronger and stronger towards the core of the storm. So you'll see here you've got some stronger winds coming up into southeast New England, but then as you get closer to that center, they get stronger and stronger and stronger until you get to the eye wall right there. That's where the very strongest winds are coming in. And, you know, as this storm is coming in, it is expected that it's going to be perhaps a Category 1 hurricane. There you see a model depiction of that right there. As you see that eye wall coming in, the potential for damage with that is going to be significant. I mean, we could be talking about structural damage in addition to just tree and power line damage as well. You know, a lot of times when we get nor'easters, we do get, you know, some trees down, and, you know, we do get some limited structural damage, but I think that's going to be a higher potential in this case because of that core of very strong winds, Mark.
Yeah, and, you know, you mentioned the tree canopy, and it is huge across much of New England. It's almost non-existent right over New York City, all right, because it's all paved over.
Yeah.
And so the amount of rain that we're talking about and the rate of rain that we're talking about with this tropical system is very different as well from even the wet side of an approaching nor'easter. The flash flood guidance around New York City is 1 inch of rain in an hour, and the inland sections, like say near the Finger Lakes, is less than 1/2 inch in an hour to get
That's going to happen. I mean, that is going to happen around New York City and parts of New York State. So we can count on flash flooding Sunday into Monday.
You know, the Northeast is still drying out from the rain that once was Tropical Storm Fred. Then that remnant low came into the Northeast. Look at this video from Somerville, Massachusetts, where heavy rain flooded the streets. It was a real big problem from Connecticut into Massachusetts. There is almost no time now to clean up that debris, make sure all the storm drains are open back up, let that water go back down. We know the soil moistures won't recover after an event like this, just a couple of days removed, because we have the rain from Henri on the way into many of the same areas. We are setting the stage for what could be a widespread, prolific flood event across much of the Northeast. And to really understand why, you have to look at this. This is a kind of using the Wayback Machine. The month of July, many of you had a top 3, 1, 2, or 3 position for the wettest July on record. And that continued into August for many of you. And so when you look at summer as a whole, there are many locations that are just a couple inches away from the top 3 status again for the whole summer, but it's been largely backloaded. June was not as wet across the Northeast. In just the past 7 days, we had some big-time rain back here. That includes the Finger Lake area of New York, and then down to central Pennsylvania. If any of this rain from Henri goes into that area, which it could, you're going to have some flooding. The flash flood guidance is like if someone spits out the window, it'll flood. ½ inch or less in an hour. That's not a heavy rainfall. That's a generic shower. You can get that much rain. And, you know, this area as well, the Connecticut into Massachusetts area in the past few days, had very, very heavy rain. So, again, the soils are full. And so even with the far outer fringes of this circulation, just a couple of showers or storms rotating around that north edge before the meat of the storm gets there tomorrow, we may already have some flooding. The possibility is there for flash flooding tomorrow into Sunday morning. That's before the core of Henri. The core of Henri comes in Sunday into Sunday night. And wow, not only is it possible, but now likely that we're going to see some flooding. And by this time tomorrow, this map is going to have a red zone somewhere that says very likely. I think it's just a function of fine-tuning where that low is going to go, fine-tuning where those pivot points are going to be, where the storm stalls out and the rain lasts a little bit longer. There's no escaping it. We are going to have flash flooding with this storm. If the European model is right, that's how the Finger Lake area gets into the flooding. Certainly how New York City into central Connecticut will have flooding. And that pink color is a foot of rain. Whew. There's not many storm drains on Earth that can keep up with that. Now, the USGFS model is not quite as crazy with those rains, but there's no way to know exactly which one of those is right. And Carl, location, location, location. A lot of times on the grand scale, these numbers are right, but in small local areas, they're often underdone.
So many things working against the Northeast. You know, all the rain they've had, the saturated ground, the terrain up there,
the hills,
all the
low-lying areas
up there. I mean, this really has the potential to be an historic storm for the Northeast, and we want everybody to be aware of that possibility. Now, we are awaiting the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. The hurricane hunters are now making another pass down towards the center of the circulation through the northeast side of this, deeper convection there, taller thunderstorms. So I'm sure the Hurricane Center would like to get that information before they make a ruling here on the storm. But it is expected to strengthen to a solid Category 1, an 85-mile-per-hour storm going into tomorrow. Then it will be approaching on Sunday morning, and at that point probably ticking down a little bit in intensity. The water temperatures out here south of Long Island get a little bit cooler, and just enough to hold back some energy from the system. And then, of course, as it comes on shore, it will be weakening after that. But the one thing I really want you to notice is that these increments right here, these are 12-hour increments. And so, that is not much distance at all in the space of 12 hours. And that is huge. That's a big part of what's going to drive this flash flood threat. It's going to make the windstorm last that much longer. Here you see the European model forecast showing you the the storm as it's approaching on Sunday morning, then coming in during the day on Sunday. That's late Sunday. Then we go in through the day on Monday, barely moved at that point between Sunday and Monday. So that would be devastating for the Catskills there in southeastern New York. And then finally does begin to move out on Tuesday. Let's take a look. And here you saw that earlier from Mark, the total amount of rainfall. Let's take a look at the tropical storm force wind potential. And that is very high here. And that actually, I do think that is the new forecast package. That looks like there's been an adjustment there, and that is a little farther west relative to what we saw previously, so a little bit more into New York City. And keep in mind that all the trees are fully leaved at this point, which means they're going to come down more easily, especially with there being more water in the ground. So that strong wind is going to be coming in on Sunday morning and will continue through most of the day on Sunday for a lot of southeastern New England. There's a depiction of the winds here as they are moving in Sunday morning. And of course, as that wind comes in, it's going to be driving water into the coast. So storm surge warnings now in effect for Long Island Sound, southeastern parts of Long Island, as well as southeastern New England. Well, stay with the Weather Channel for continuing live coverage as Henri takes aim at the Northeast. We have a team of meteorologists spread out across the area. Live coverage continuing right here on the Weather Channel.
At this point, 18 million of you under alerts tonight across the Northeast, including most of the New York City metro area, all of Long Island, the Connecticut region, Rhode Island coastline, as well as parts of Massachusetts, all because of Henri approaching. Less than 48 hours away from bringing damaging wind, a lot of rain, and a powerful storm surge as well. You can see the alerts here. The orange is the hurricane watch, the purple, the hurricane warning. Of course, this is as of the latest advisory, the 5 o'clock advisory, and updates through the day. We're waiting on that 11 o'clock advisory, just moments away from getting the newest data in from the National Hurricane Center. That will be a full update, new positioning, new track, new alerts if there are any. So we're staying with you tonight until 1 a.m. Eastern. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott alongside meteorologist Carl Parker. And then we've got Mike Seidel out tonight along the Massachusetts coastline as well. And we know that new data is coming in, and the moment that it's in, we're going to bring it to you as well. But let's start with some of the latest information. There's a satellite loop. Again, here is the 8 o'clock advisory, the intermediate advisory that just kind of updated the position and the movement. At that time, we were seeing a north movement, and it's in right now. There's the 11 o'clock. So I'm going to pause here and kind of bring you all up to speed, moving north at 70 miles per hour, still a tropical storm at 70. This is the brand new update here, and I'm going to bring in Carl Parker as well so we can kind of dissect what's going on with this new update, if there have been any changes, or if the thinking is still moving right along. And Carl, this is coming in, as we're speaking, and Carl's looking at some of the new information right now as it's coming in. But overall, the forecast still calls for a hurricane. The movement north still occurring. However, there are some new warnings that have been issued at this point. Yeah, and the storm surge watch now has been upgraded to a warning. That's between Greenwich, Connecticut, and Flushing, New York. Flushing to Oyster Bay, New York. Also, tropical storm warning now in effect from Watch Hill, Rhode Island to Woods Hole, Massachusetts. And so there have been some minor changes here in terms of the advisories, but I think, in terms of the wholesale, the larger picture, Mark, I think basically we're looking at the same thing. Absolutely. And so what we're looking at here on screen is the satellite imagery. It seems like that shear that has been kind of pestering this storm, that north wind and that northwest wind coming in that was kind of tilting everything over, is starting to wane. We're seeing a little more of that upper air outflow off to the north side as opposed to it being choked off. And so, Carl, with this new update, that new track, more of that jog to the west is seen here, and that has allowed for more warnings to be issued for portions of New England, but also some of the mid-Atlantic states.
Yeah, so this is the thing we really wanted to take a look at here because, what we're looking at is, yes, a little more of a turn to the west. And so, more towards the central part of Long Island. I mean, basically right on top of New York. So, it's entirely possible that, we get the western eye wall of a hurricane coming across New York City. And that would be, Sunday morning and into the middle of the day. On Sunday. So that's a really big deal. That's not something that happens very often, but we're talking about a storm that continues to bend, a little bit farther to the west. The track continues to bend a little bit farther to the west. And then also you see, the thing we've been talking about for a while now is these increments, the fact that these are 12-hour increments, that line, that line, that line. Each of those represents 12 hours. And so the system is just not moving very much at all in the space of 24 hours from Sunday evening into Monday evening. It has barely moved from Connecticut into Massachusetts, perhaps, depending on exactly where it ends up going. That is a really, really big deal that it's not moving very much at all.
Before we move past that graphic, the implicit forecast points now for the one that we're showing is on land. And so I think it's important to also remind people that we're still calling, National Hurricane Center is still calling for a hurricane or, maybe just a top end tropical storm, but right on that cusp of the two. As it's approaching land, it says 60 on that line that's then onshore, but we could certainly have a hurricane that's still approaching the Long Island coastline.
We could absolutely have a hurricane coming into Long Island and into the tri-state area as well. So, that is, as we mentioned, a really, really big deal. Let's take a look at some of the other new graphics that have come out here. We'll take a look, for example, at the tropical storm force wind probabilities. That has changed a little bit, so that has been nudged to the west. And so here what you see in this case is that New York City, now the tri-state area, into a 70 to 80% probability of tropical storm force winds. Okay, that's a big deal. That's a lot of wind for a major metro area. Then you see that extending well inland all across New York, up into Connecticut, as we've been talking about for a while now. Unlike what you see with nor'easters, when all the leaves are gone, all the leaves are still here. And so the trees are going to catch that much more wind and they're going to come down that much more easily. So I would expect to see widespread power line damage and tree damage across these areas as this storm comes in. And there you see the timing of this. The wind is going to be moving in early in the morning on Sunday. So maybe coming into New York City around the time when the sun is coming up on Sunday. That is when we expect to see that very strong wind approaching. And as we've been talking about for a while, that wind is going to be pushing water onshore. And so a storm surge warnings up, Mark, for much of the southeastern New England coastline and Long Island as well.
Yeah, that westward jog has now allowed for some new tropical storm warnings as well into coastal and northern New Jersey. So around Long Branch, around Neptune, around Ocean Township, right about there. We now have tropical storm warnings, and we're waiting on the rest of the local offices to issue their local products, which is how this graphic will change. But this is a change for you. Tropical storm warnings in here. Tropical storm warnings that were issued earlier off to the north and east. And there has been an expansion to some of the warnings across southeast portions of New England. So we have to watch that too. Again, that's a function of waiting for the local offices, coordinating with the National Hurricane Center to go through all of that. Carl, you mentioned the storm surge alerts. Let's talk a little bit more about the storm surge and the storm surge potential across this region. Again, storm surge warnings are now all the way through the Massachusetts coast, bending towards the Cape, certainly the Rhode Island coastline, Connecticut coast, the Long Island Sound, either side of the Long Island Sound, mind you. Much of the south shore of Long Island under storm surge warnings. Still storm surge watches in here, but there are some hints that say the Flushing area, LaGuardia, could be one of the big trouble zones because of that westward jog. The water may not be coming this way into New York City, but New York City interests may still have some flooding coming down from the river and from portions of the Sound and right on into, say, LaGuardia. And the runway's right there. The runway's right on the water. So it wouldn't take much. It wouldn't take much flooding and much water rise to give you flooding that closes the airport runway for at least a time. Not a guarantee, but it's something that the inundation maps suggest is a potential. The other potential is that someone in these colored zones, someone could see 2 to 4 feet of water rise above normally dry ground. Someone could see 3 to 5 feet in this orange zone of water above normally dry ground. And that is a function as well of the timing. You have to coincide that with high tide. One big asterisk on this, full moon is this weekend. So the tides are already higher than some of the average tides because of that full moon. So if this modeling is right, and there's wiggle room here still, but if this modeling is right for the exact placement of the low, this for Sunday morning puts this onshore push coming from the southeast directly into the Montauk area. That is a high tide. That will add to the flooding in the Montauk area for sure. The New York City area, as I mentioned, could be on the other side of the wind. Look at this. It's an offshore wind across the Big Apple for Sunday morning, but that's pointed right at Flushing, right at LaGuardia at the time of the high tide. That could be a real problem for the airport. And how about Rhode Island? Newport, Rhode Island has a bit of a longshore wind with this current forecast. Sunday morning is your high tide, but even a longshore wind there can give you, just with a little component that's into the land, can give you a water rise. And you notice we've got this kind of bay and this series of rivers and inlets. That's just enough that we could have a significant flooding on those downwind sides. So Newport, your area, the worst of the flooding could be Sunday morning. That is the high tide at 8:20 in the morning. Those winds, Carl, the earliest arrival, meaning when you have to be done preparing, is already basically Saturday night. We're out of time already, right? We're 24 hours away from the worst of those, from the earliest approach of those winds. It's much more likely that they'll wait until Sunday morning, but nobody wants to be out there at 2 a.m. cleaning up the stuff that's out in the patio. You got to get that done early tomorrow. Yeah, basically 24 hours is what you've got at this point. And another huge concern is going to be the flooding. This is video from 24 hours ago in Marcellus, New York. Fred leaving the Northeast waterlogged, and that certainly will compound the flooding concerns over the weekend as the rain begins to fall from Henri. So let's take a look at some of the conditions going into this big event that's on the way here. First of all, when we look at July, it was the wettest July on record in Binghamton and in Concord. It was the second wettest on record in Portland and in Boston and in Albany. It was the third wettest on record in Hartford, New York, Newark, and Providence. That's a big deal. It's been really, really rainy across the Northeast. That means there's a lot of water in the soil. The soil moisture content is very high. Just over the last 7 days, a terrific amount of rain in parts of New York State and Pennsylvania and some parts of New England as well, including up into the Boston area. So when you add a storm that is coming in very, very slowly to that, dumping very heavy rain over a period of 24 to 36 hours, well, that is really going to amplify that flash flood risk. We talked about the fact that these are 12-hour increments right here. It's just not moving very much at all in that time. Here's a model forecast showing you the storm moving right along, and then by the time it starts to come in Sunday into Monday, it just slowly moves off to the west. So I do want to show you this model forecast here. I mean, that is an incredible amount of rain over a very large area. When you factor in the fact that you've got water in the ground, you've got pavement all across the New York area, and you've got terrain as well, this could end up being catastrophic in terms of flooding for some parts of the Northeast. Well, let's go to the Cape Cod area now, where we find meteorologist Mike Seidel. He's in West Dennis with a look at how locals plan to weather the storm.
Out here on Cape Cod, everybody is watching the track of Henri. It has shifted to the west over the past couple of days, but there's still going to be impacts here on Cape Cod in eastern Mass. Today, though, what a beautiful day. It's August, it's high season. The Cape is packed with tourists, and it was a beautiful beach day. Water temps mid-70s. Now, you think that's fairly mild, but it's cooler than the Gulf Stream in the low to mid-80s. So what happens as Henri crosses out of the Gulf Stream, the northern wall, into the cooler water, that should weaken it at least a little bit before landfall. But If you're thinking about coming out to the Cape or leaving the Cape on Sunday, the governor of Massachusetts, Charlie Baker, has some advice.
The simple point here is we really would like everybody to be off the roads at the height of the storm, which will probably last all day Sunday and through until the early part of Monday. We don't want people to be stuck in the traffic on the Cape Cod bridges when the storm is in full force on Sunday.
Based on the current track, the #1 impact here on the Cape will be the storm surge, and that will be helped along by the full moon. It'll be full on Sunday. The high tide of concern here in West Dennis and on the south shore of the Cape is early Sunday afternoon. That surge forecast right now at 3 to 5 feet. Also, wind gusts over 40 miles an hour could knock out at least some power. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel in West Dennis, Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mike. And, you know, we are watching New York City carefully tonight because you have been converted to a tropical storm warning at this point. You were under a tropical storm watch, now a tropical storm warning across the New York City metro area. Some other changes that came out, not only are we talking about in the New York City area, and I'll show you some of the details on New York City in just a second, but also looking at southeast New England, some changes here, tropical storm warnings issued. Some of these hurricane watches actually have been allowed to be dropped. I don't know if that's the right word for it. Tropical storm warnings are up, but just know that there's still a chance that this storm does not bend west as soon or as far, and you could still wind up with hurricane winds for southeast New England. This is a function of timing and how they have to release some of the alerts. Just know that that potential is not gone for you. Back to New York City now. Tropical storm warnings for the New York City area. So let's talk about some of the impacts that could be coming towards New York. And one of the other big changes is this. Rain to come in New York, steadily increasing, now calling for 3 to 5 inches of rain across the city, starting out as early as, say, lunchtime on Saturday. We'll start to see the first few showers coming through. That's just appetizer course, re-wetting the already soggy grounds. Looks like Sunday morning the meat of that rain comes in, and it then continues through the rest of the day. Check this out, Carl. Widespread 3 to 5 inches now across the New York City metro area.
That's a really big deal. And again, we have the new advisory from the Hurricane Center on Tropical Storm Henri. 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm, just a shade below a hurricane. Expected to be a hurricane as it moves into Long Island and perhaps even New York City come Sunday.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. Whoa! It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
We could see power outages not just on the coast, but also much further inland as well, depending upon the track the storm takes. And we'll also be closing state pools, campgrounds, and other recreational areas early to help keep people off the roads and home in advance of the storm. I know that August weekends in Massachusetts are usually a great time to be outside and enjoy what's left of the rest of summer. But it looks like this storm is going to have a big impact on the Commonwealth, and we really would urge everybody to do everything they can to stay home on Sunday and to be mindful of the fact that the high winds and the rain that come with this storm will in fact create issues across the Commonwealth, and that everybody needs to be vigilant and careful about how they handle the back part of this weekend.
And that includes some new warnings that have been issued across portions of New England as well as the northern mid-Atlantic states as Henri is moving north, still getting better organized, hasn't really responded yet with more wind. But that may be changing overnight tonight into tomorrow. The shear seems to be coming down. The dry air to the north is no longer quite as dramatic. Still a little bit tilted. The center is on that northwest side of the big blowup of thunderstorms. If you were to just look at this, you might assume that the center is in here. That's really not the case. It is still tilted over with that mid-level center and the big thunderstorms kind of up and away from the low-level circulation, but with a little bit more time, with the shear easing up and moving over very warm water, I think everything does become vertically stacked overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, and tomorrow's the day of strengthening. Because of that, we've got some of those new alerts to show you. Here are some of those new tropical storm warnings for coastal Rhode Island, the South Shore there of Massachusetts into Martha's Vineyard. Still watches in the Cape area. We'll see. By tomorrow, those will either be dropped or convert over to warnings of some kind. I think they're waiting for maybe one more run of the major global models to see just when that turn is going to take place for our storm. Also a change this evening, the tropical storm warnings over New York City and then down through Raritan Bay to, say, Long Branch and areas just south of there towards Neptune, etc. Still hurricane watches and some hurricane warnings across southern portions of Connecticut. That wind will move the water. The storm surge warnings continue from the Nantucket area all the way back down Long Island Sound, all the way back to halfway down the south shore of Long Island. Storm surge watches still as you approach New York City. And again, here's that all-important forecast. That new cone issued at 11 o'clock shows you the strengthening storm. Saturday evening, 85 mile per hour forecast. Sunday morning, still 80 mile per hour forecast. Then the combination of a little bit of cool water and land interaction brings us down. But Carl, I said this yesterday, you don't really want the reason for the winds to be spinning out and slowing down be because of land interaction.
Yeah.
It looks inevitable now that we're going to have a direct impact on New England.
And maybe in the largest city in the country. I mean, that's, just incredible. It's not something that happens very often at all. And right now we are getting a lot of good information from the hurricane hunters. They are getting the job done for us. This is video of the crew flying through Hurricane Grace this morning. For a time, we were worried that Grace would affect the northern part of the Gulf of Mexico. It rather moved into the southern Gulf after making landfall on the Yucatan Peninsula and is now about ready to make a second landfall in Mexico. It is now the first major hurricane of the 2021 Atlantic hurricane season. 120 miles per hour, Category 3 storm, and about ready to make landfall near Poza Rica as it's moving west at 10 miles per hour. It's going to continue to move just a little south of west, and that's going to take it very close to Mexico City, an enormous metro area in Mexico. And so I would imagine very serious flooding and wind impacts on the way for that huge metro area there in central parts of Mexico. A lot of terrain there near Mexico City. All right, so here's the plan for the hurricane hunters for Henri. Right now, the Air Force hurricane hunters are still in the storm, and the NOAA hurricane hunters are going to be back out a couple of times overnight tonight to get a good sense of what's going on around the storm. So that's the hurricane hunter track. They have just come right through the center once again, making another pass there. And that was the track of the NOAA hurricane hunters earlier tonight. You notice that they, rather than doing a crisscross right across the center of the storm, what they do is they go around ground well outside of the storm to get a good sense of the environment around the storm, and that information then is plugged into the computer models, which give us these forecasts. And this is the latest Ensemble guidance from the European model, and we've been seeing this trend westward over the last couple of days. And you notice that many of these tracks do take the storm very, very close to New York City, certainly so into the tri-state area. So that is very much on the table at this point. And then the other thing you notice is that we see the tracks kind of stopping in that position and then moving out towards the northeast, which implies that the storm is basically going to stall out after it moves inland. And along with that stall, we expect to see a terrific amount of very heavy rain. We'll have much more coming up.
This will be a very significant storm. It has a path that's between 60 and 80 miles. It could stretch anywhere between New Haven and Cape Cod. And I will tell you that Eversource is well prepared. We have just changed our characterization of this storm from a level 4 to a level 3, which means that up to 49% of our customers could be without power for up to 10 days. So customers should be prepared.
Got to be prepared. That is the key. That is the CEO of Eversource, Connecticut's power company, talking about the steps that they're taking ahead of Henri. And I think a lot of the power companies are doing that very same discussion right now. Maybe some a little bit off towards the west that didn't think they were going to have to implement their emergency, breakout rooms to start talking about this. North Jersey, southern upstate New York City. There are going to be impacts for you. Here are the current stats. If you're just tuning in, the 11 o'clock advisory came in half an hour ago. 70-mile-per-hour wind still. Movement north a little bit faster at 9 miles per hour. The forecast does bring this storm into New England as we work our way through the next through the weekend, really, the next couple of days. Forecast point basically right in here still calls for an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane just off the south shore of Long Island. But you notice New York City squarely in the cone now for where that center may go, as is much of North Jersey and the huge paved over population that is in that area. So if you add all kinds of wind and rain into the mix, there could be significant impacts. These are the warnings now. Tropical storm warnings in red, hurricane warnings in purple. Underneath these, for lack of a better term, are still some hurricane watches. So we have hurricane watches for the Cape, but also these tropical storm warnings, and some of these have that potential to still get to hurricane status. Don't put your guard down just because you're under a tropical storm warning. I don't want to hear any of those news stories coming out. Oh, they said it was just a tropical storm. This is very likely still going to be a hurricane as it comes in. It's just, where exactly does it come in? How long does it take to get there? How long does it take to do that big turn that we talked about with that path that you can see right in here? When does that turn northwest occur? And then when does the due east movement kick in? These are questions that the models are still trying to kind of key in on and really figure out. But Carl, there's more than just the center track at this point from this forecast. That cone is the cone for a reason, and we know that the ensembles, the different versions of the models that are run, still give us a wide range of possibilities at this point.
They do, and the troubling thing is that the trending has been west and west and west. Sometimes you see modeling going back and forth from one direction to the next. We call that windshield wipering. That has not been happening in this case. Rather, it's just been trending west. Now, this is the European operational model. This is the last run of the European operational model. So, what it's showing here is a really formidable storm coming into Long Island. The implication there is really significant wind in Long Island, as well as into southern Connecticut and into parts of Rhode Island there and up into southeastern New England. And then very heavy rain coming in. The storm moving through the day on Sunday inland and towards the northwest. And so that would certainly bring a lot of that weather that's near the core of the storm right across New York if it happened like that. Even if the center came in to the east of New York City, we'd still be getting in on all kinds of weather there in New York City. And then it basically just sits there around the Catskills into Sunday night and then into early Monday, weakening but still sitting there and still producing a terrific amount of very heavy rain, and then finally does begin to scoot out by the time we go into Tuesday. Now, when you look at the European Ensemble modeling here, this is when they rerun the model to account for possible errors getting into the model. You see the spread extending from New York over to New England. So that's, you know, the array of possibilities. And then you've got this turn that occurs right in there. And that's the part that is going to be really tough in terms of the potential rainfall, because you've got a lot of things going on here. You've got, for one, huge areas of impervious surface, which is to say asphalt and concrete. Then you've also got a lot of terrain in the Catskills and into the Adirondacks and much of New England. And then you've also got all the rain that has fallen. We had a record month for rain in July. We had also a very wet past week with Fred coming through. So there's water in the ground. All of those things combined with this rainfall forecast coming in, if this were to verify, we'd be talking about widespread, maybe catastrophic flooding for many areas of the Northeast. We're going to have more on that coming up, and stay with the Weather Channel for continuing live coverage as Henri takes aim on the Northeast.
The simple point here is we really would like everybody to be off the roads at the height of the storm, which will probably last all day Sunday and through until the early part of Monday. We don't want people to be stuck in the traffic on the Cape Cod bridges when the storm is in full force on Sunday.
Yeah, and so, gosh, all of the governors across the Northeast are trying to just alert all of their residents to be ready for this storm, and we want you to be ready as well. So let's go through what we know right now as Henri approaches the coastline of New England and potentially the Mid-Atlantic. The governor of Connecticut has declared a state of emergency ahead of the storm. Meanwhile, the National Guard has been activated in Connecticut as well as in Massachusetts. And in New York City, they've closed the beaches down for swimming for Sunday and Monday, which is, you know, a very busy time for the Northeast beaches. The kids are not back in school yet, so that's, even if without the weather, that would be a big deal. But now we've got this weather coming as well. It's a busy weekend for the marinas in the path of the storm. Here's a look at how people living right along the southern bays, the Cape, and the islands are gearing up for this tropical activity.
In Sandwich, Massachusetts Friday, boaters spent a picture-perfect summer day taking their vessels out of the water.
A lot of my friends are calling, should I pull the boat, should I pull the boat? And I'm just like, you know, add extra lines, and if you have a trailer, pull the boat out.
They're preparing for the arrival of Henri. A similar scene is unfolding throughout the region.
Preparations, that's all what it's all about.
We are asking everyone to take this storm seriously.
The potential for flash flooding and uprooted trees is high after the remnants of Tropical Storm Fred dumped several inches of rain on the region Thursday.
With those conditions, storm surge and hurricane force winds, what you can expect, trees coming down, electrical wires coming down, and of course, that means power outages.
A hurricane hasn't made landfall in New England in 30 years. Hurricane Bob struck the area in 1991 and caused hundreds of millions of dollars in damage and left nearly 1 million people without power.
It has been a long time since we've had a storm like this one.
A rare blast from the tropics now bearing down on the Northeast. Chris Pallone, NBC News.
You know, a direct hit from a hurricane in New England, especially as the first landfall point, is reasonably rare. Hurricane Bob back in 1991, Gloria in 85, and people talk about these storms forever, but the region here is not really a stranger to strong coastal systems, mostly in the winter months. These nor'easters can bring tropical storm force winds or even greater wind gusts, as well as pounding waves. But Henri is not a nor'easter, so let's talk a little bit about the similarities and the differences. Carl, they're both coastal lows, they're both wind makers, but the time of year is a big, big difference in this case.
It really is. And, you know, one thing I also thought about, Mark, is that you tend to have that coastal front that sets up and the storms ride up and along that boundary. You know, cold air masses come out to a certain point and then they sort of run into that ocean air and they basically stop. And that's the zone where these storms tend to travel. So a lot of times the low pressure center is either right along the coast or it's just offshore. And in this case, it's going to be coming right into the coast. So that's one thing. Then another thing here is also the tree canopy. And, you know, in the wintertime, when you've got these nor'easters coming through, well, generally they're coming through when there are no leaves on the trees. And you've got so much tree cover up here, and they're fully leafed out at this point. So if we're bringing hurricane force winds into the Northeast with fully leafed out trees and also with saturated ground, we're going to bring a lot of those trees down. We're going to be looking at some really serious power outages as a result. So that is, I think, Mark, one of the big differences between a typical nor'easter and this storm.
You mentioned that coastal front that often happens with a nor'easter and with the low along that zone where it's getting its energy from that temperature difference. That temperature difference is spread out over that whole front, and so the winds spread out over that whole front. You can have kind of maximum along the way, but it's spread out. That's very different from a warm core system coming up from the tropics where the winds are concentrated at the center, and one location will see the worst of that impact.
Exactly. When you have a non-tropical system, you have a much larger wind field and a much larger area of strong winds, but it's usually not as strong at the center of the storm. Whereas with a tropical system, the profile is such that if you're looking at the wind speeds, it gets higher and higher until you get right to the core, and that's where the very strongest winds are. So that's something that we see in the modeling right here. That is the, you know, eye wall that is being depicted by this model. And what you're seeing there is a core of exceptionally strong wind coming into Long Island and also coming into southern parts of New England. Now, I'll tell you, the one thing that we've seen in the last couple of days is this trend towards the west where, you know, it's been edging farther and farther west, and individual models have been moving farther west, and Ensemble guides has been moving farther west. We have some models right now. We have some Ensemble members and also some individual high-res models that are taking this core right into New York City. So, you know, it is not outside of the realm of possibility that we have a hurricane, the core of a hurricane, coming into New York City, which would be an enormous deal if that were to occur, Mark, you know, for so many different reasons. But, you know, we're talking about the potential for really, you know, a major storm here and an historic storm for the Northeast.
And, you know, even without the direct hurricane into New York, I think we're not going to really be able to escape the chance for flooding across much of the region. What you're looking at here is the flash flood guidance, what's needed to flood in just 1 hour. Notice the New York City metro area, North Jersey, lots of pavement there, but also saturated grounds. An inch or less in an hour could create flooding, and that whole area of Pennsylvania to southern upstate New York has similar values. You know, the Northeast is still drying out from rain from what was once Tropical Storm Fred. That remnant low came through in a big way. The Somerville, Massachusetts area wound up looking like this from a remnant low. And now we're talking about the potential for a hurricane to be coming into New England, areas that got so much rain in the past few days. So first the remnants from Fred, now Henri. And let's kind of set the stage for you why we're so concerned about a long duration and far-reaching flood event. You go back to July, and much of lower New England was in a top 3 position, 1, 2, or 3, for the wettest July on record for these individual towns. Some of them seeing a lot of rain. Concord saw 13 inches of rain. Boston saw 10 inches of rain. That was a number 2 spot for you. Here's the current forecast path as issued by that 11 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center. Overlaid under that is the past 7 days of rainfall, and there's a couple of trouble spots. There's all that rain that happened from North Jersey to New York City, but then that bullseye Connecticut into Massachusetts. We had all this rain in eastern Pennsylvania that caused flooding, and if the rain gets all the way back to, say, the Finger Lakes area, it was pouring there too. There's zero bandwidth for more heavy rain. The soils are full. That's why this map looks the way it does. A possibility of flash flooding as early as tomorrow, because a generic thunderstorm way out ahead of the circulation from Henri is enough to give flooding at this point. Half inch of rain in an hour for some of you could cause flooding. Then by Sunday into Monday, this is when the core of Henri comes in. This is highly track dependent, but it looks very likely that we'll see flash flooding from Long Island into Connecticut or maybe western Massachusetts, with a big asterisk that a lot of the modeling has continued the westward jog. And if the path looks something more like this and the stall happens somewhere in here instead, then that section of the area would have much more probabilities of flash flooding. So I think by this time tomorrow, this map is not only going to adjust a little bit in its location of where the colors are, but we're probably also going to have a red zone on here where it's very likely that we will see some flooding. That risk is there for us. As an example, here's the latest run of the European model. It bent very far west before stopping, pausing, and then turning back the other way. And the kind of late afternoon run of the USGFS model also giving us that interior track of heavy rain, a little bit closer to, say, New York City, maybe not as much rain in eastern Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, depending on how this works out. New run of the of the USGFS model is coming in right now, and we'll be able to give you at least an early look as to what that model may be seeing after getting all that Hurricane Hunter data from the day into this model. I think, Carl, that will be a very interesting one to watch as it goes through the next few hours. Yeah,
one of the things that we have been talking about in between segments here is whether or not this trend is going to keep going. I mean, with the trend that we've seen over the last couple of days has been that we've seen a westward motion, more and more west. Is that going to continue? Is it going to keep going that way? And, that's often what happens. You get a strong feature like a big blocking ridge, and the models don't really understand exactly how strong it's going to be and, how severe that turn is going to be. And that seems to be the way that we're going. So right now, 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It is expected to become a hurricane. That's going to be tomorrow. It's expected to be an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane as it is approaching early on Sunday, coming towards Long Island, and this forecast cone is a little farther to the west relative to previous ones. Also, very little motion here. These are 12-hour increments, so just really starts to crawl as it comes into this highly populated area, which means a prolonged period of wind and rain. Tropical storm force wind probability is extended farther west now to include New York City. One really big change that we saw with the 11 p.m. forecast advisory was the inclusion of the New York City metro area in the tropical storm warning now instead of just a tropical storm watch. So that too a reflection of this trend of the modeling to move farther and farther west. Now here is the European model. As Mark mentioned, we have a new run of the GFS model coming in right now. We'll show you that as soon as that completes, and we can get it for you graphically. The last run of the European model from this afternoon showing the core of the storm coming into central parts of Long Island, and that would imply that the strongest winds then reach up here into Long Island, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, and then the very heavy rain also working off to the northwest as the storm slows down and comes northwest. Just kind of parks for a couple of days before it finally starts to move out going into Tuesday. I do want to show you another high-resolution model. It's not a model that we would necessarily use to look at track, but it's just to give you an idea of what some of the modeling universe is throwing out there. This is the IBM graph model, and what it is doing, and there are some other models that are doing something very similar, is taking that core in even farther west, right into New York City, and then just sort of sitting there into eastern parts of Pennsylvania. So again, this is an indication of that farther west track that we continue to see, that the modeling keeps wanting to bump everything farther west. If that continues, we may see something like this. We'll have more on this coming up in a few minutes.
We know that we have a significant threat approaching the Northeast corridor. Right now, you're looking at the infrared satellite imagery of Henri approaching the north, going north right now, and eventually it will be here. 18 million people underneath some sort of warning or watch at this point across the Northeast. That includes now the New York City metro area under tropical storm warnings, hurricane warnings, eastern Long Island into coastal Connecticut, and watches and warnings as well as you look towards the coast of Massachusetts and Rhode Island. That just speaks to the wind threat. There's also going to be a rain and flood threat, a storm surge threat. Lots of impacts to break down for you, and that's why we're here for you tonight. We're staying live through this hour, tracking Henri. I'm Mark Elliott alongside Carl Parker here in the lab, Mike Seidel along the Massachusetts coast tonight. And new data is still coming in, moment by moment. We're breaking down Henri's track, Henri's intensity. Again, this is that enhanced satellite imagery. The center is roughly in here at this point. It hasn't yet fully buried underneath the big blowup of thunderstorms. As you can see here, that position from the 11 o'clock advisory shows us that it's still not completely vertically stacked, which is preventing some intensification at this point. But one change in the latest frame, look at that. Look at that little blow-up of thunderstorms getting into the north edge. That suggests that that shear, that wind coming out of the, from the northeast and into the storm, may be easing a bit, allowing for those storms to develop on the north side. We may see a whole new kind of wraparound action of those thunderstorms getting around that center and really becoming a symmetrical storm as this moves north. Again, another look at the hurricane warnings, the tropical storm warnings that are up from the Jersey Shore through New York City, hurricane warnings Connecticut, eastern Long Island, Rhode Island to Massachusetts, tropical storm warnings once again. And that also does come with the wind moving the water, Carl, and storm surge warnings are up. We'll talk more about this coming up, but maybe 3 to 5 feet of storm surge in some areas, not everyone, but some. That's a significant life-threatening surge.
Absolutely, and it's such a highly populated area of so many people living along the coast up there. So this is going to pose multiple threats. There is, as Mark mentioned, all the weather on the southeast side of the circulation because there is some wind shear right now that is coming out of the northeast right down like that into the center of circulation. The thinking is that that surge is likely to back away, that the environment is going to become more favorable, and that's why a lot of the intensity guidance does bring it up to a solid Category 1 hurricane. Now, looking at the water temperatures over the next day or so, the storm is going to be passing over the very warm waters of the Gulf Stream, which is sitting right in there, and so that will, along with the upper level environment, allow the storm to get stronger. It's forecast to become an 85-mile-per-hour hurricane. Then, as it's approaching, it's going to be working into increasingly cooler water near the coast here, so that's going to begin to take some of that energy away. However, it is still thought that it is going to be a 75 to 80 mile per hour hurricane as it is approaching the coast. And then, of course, as it moves in, it's going to begin to weaken at that point. So, the water temperatures are not going to aid in making the storm any stronger as it's approaching, but they won't necessarily take that much of the intensity away. And then here you see the European model forecast showing the center coming into Long Island. That is early on Sunday, so that's when things would really be going downhill. Winds rapidly increasing, fully leafed trees, very strong winds moving in, and then the storm just starting to crawl beyond that and producing exceptionally heavy rain in the tri-state area, potentially southeastern New York into the Catskills and through parts of New England as well, finally starting to move out as we go into Tuesday. Now, as we look at the European model ensemble guidance, what I'll tell you here is that the ensembles are reflecting the hard time that the models are having in general right now. We've seen a trend towards the west over the last couple of days. It's been moving more and more and more and more west. We've got some models that are actually bringing the storm right into New York City, as are some of the Ensemble members here. We just got a new run of the American model, and that new run, we'll have that for you graphically, is more towards the east side of this envelope. So that's the first deviation that we've seen in this westward trend over the last couple of days. It's been sort of edging farther west, and now the American model edging a little farther to the east. And so that certainly would change things. That would mean less of an impact in New York. That would mean much more of an impact in Providence and in Boston if it were to happen like that. So I think, Mark, the upshot at this point is that we still have got a lot to sort out. We still don't have it figured out at this point.
Yeah, and it's problematic. I'm going to ask you a question that I know you don't want to answer. Let's say that knowing that uncertainty is there. You've got your summer plans in Boston this weekend. You got a big deal event happening in Boston. What do you do at this point? When do you make that call as to when it's safe to go through with your plans or not? Because that envelope covers South Jersey to Cape Cod.
It's really tough, and this is something that we've talked about. We have storms that are behaving in a way that is really different from the way they behaved historically, because a lot of times when they would get up into this position, for the most part, you could rely on them moving out to the north and to the northeast. Well, we've seen a little more of these blocking ridge patterns across very high latitudes. It's what drove Sandy in. None of us could believe what was going on with Sandy when all the models were showing the storm coming up and then turning left and coming into New York. We all said, oh, well, that's crazy. The model's out to lunch. Doesn't make any sense. Turns out it was exactly right, and it's because of this blocking high, which is the exact same thing that's going on right now. And I think the models do struggle with this kind of thing because there's not a lot of historical precedent.
We don't have the analogs. We don't have the history going into the models. I know that's personifying it a lot, but they just don't handle these features as well because it's different now than it used to be. So I think that's partially why we're seeing such wiggle room on the modeling tonight, including that now eastward shift from the USGFS model. It's all about how it's handling the high pressure area to the north, less about the storm itself and more about the environment surrounding it. Let's go back to some of the impacts that you could be expecting. Again, this is a very track-dependent storm surge potential, and so with so many question marks on that exact track, there's question marks on where the worst of the storm surge is going to be. You can't wait for that, and so there's storm surge warnings that are up from Nantucket all the way back into portions of Long Island Sound almost entirely, and at least the east half of the south shore of Long Island. In those areas, this is a new change tonight as well. Now forecasting 3 to 5 feet of storm surge potential on either side of Long Island Sound. The Connecticut area, potentially for some of you on Long Island as well. But, if a path comes in like this, you've got onshore flow going this way, so the east side of Long Island and Connecticut, or you're flooding from the Sound side onto Long Island from the other way. But what if that path moves a little bit? Then, the threat certainly for Connecticut changes dramatically because of that kind of approach. And the other thing to watch is if some of the high-res models that are right take that approach into New York City area, then you've got a wind path that comes down Long Island Sound, and you wind up with a significant flood threat pointed at the Battery. into New York City. That's not off the table either. It is track dependent. So that is a very frustrating answer for you, that we don't have the clear-cut answer, but now you're inside baseball with us. You know what we're watching for to know where the threat will be. If this low position happens to be right, you've got a direct onshore flow into Montauk Sunday morning that is with the high tide. Carl, that's one of the things that we know will add to the amount of water rise and flooding when it coincides with a high tide like that.
And we're going to be looking at so much rain falling, and that rain's going to be trying to run back out into the Long Island Sound. And so you're going to have water coming from two directions, and that is going to make the coastal flooding even worse. So another huge concern with the storm is going to be flooding at the coast and inland. This is video from 24 hours ago in Marcellus, New York. Fred, Tropical Storm Fred, what was left of it, left the northeast waterlogged, and that is going to compound the flooding concerns over the weekend as rain begins to fall from Henri. So let's give you some background here. Let's talk about what's leading up to this flood threat. And one of the big things is what happened in the month of July. We saw the record wettest July in Binghamton as well as into Concord, the second wettest July in Albany and also in Portland and Boston, and the third wettest July in New York and Providence, Hartford, and also in Newark. So the bottom line here is that we've got a terrific amount of water in the soils. The soil moisture content is very high, and that was worsened just over the last several days when what was left of Fred came up and produced very heavy rain across the Appalachians and New York. So, you know, you've got that happening. You've also got a lot of urbanization up here. You've got a lot of impervious surface. And then on top of that, you've got a lot of mountainous terrain, especially as you get up into New York, into the Catskills, and towards the Adirondacks. So there are a lot of different reasons why this could be a major, major flood threat. Well, one of the biggest ones is the fact that the storm just slows to a crawl. These points right here are 12-hour increments. So you see that it's not moving very much at all over 12-hour periods, and that means it's just dumping and dumping and dumping on this saturated ground in these areas where there's a lot of pavement, in these areas where there's a lot of terrain. If we see something like this, which is the European model solution showing the storm coming in, basically stopping and then moving out, if we see something like that, that could mean catastrophic flooding in the Catskills. That could be very serious in and around New York City. It does not take a lot of rain to cause flooding in New York City because of all that paved ground. You can get an inch in an hour, and that can be enough to get a flood, and we could be talking about getting 2 inches an hour, and that might go on for a few hours if this happens exactly like this. So we've got an awful lot to sort out in terms of that flood threat, but just know that it is there because of all of these conditions that are leading up to this event. Well, our Mike Seidel has been in West Dennis in Massachusetts and Cape Cod, and he's got a look at how locals plan to weather the storm.
As you can imagine, out here on Cape Cod, they've been watching that forecast track from the Hurricane Center, ever-changing and continuing to shift to the west over the past couple of days. But by no means is the Cape out of the woods from the impacts from Henri. Number one impact by far is going to be the storm surge based on the current forecast, up to 5 feet above normally dry ground, and we're going to have some wind. Gusts over 40 miles an hour could take out some power. That was not the case on Friday. Look at this shot. The vista over West Dennis, out over the Atlantic, which will be churned up and choppy by Sunday morning as Henri makes its closest approach and makes landfall towards south and west down the East Coast. People out on the beaches flocking to what was a perfect day. Temperatures in the mid-80s, kind of humid, water temp mid-70s. And keep in mind, Cape Cod, this is high season. The place is packed with the locals and the tourists. But the locals were doing some storm preps, getting their boats out of the water, but some decided not to go that route.
Well, since the storm is going to go in around Newport, Rhode Island, we're planning on leaving the boat in, and we're going to tie down the lines, put more lines on her, more fenders, and we're going to weather out the storm. But if the track changes, we'll be pulling the boat either tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon.
This is what's going to accentuate the higher than normal tides caused by Henri this weekend. The full moon. There it is. It's full on Sunday. The highest tide here Sunday afternoon, and up and down the coast, that will add more feet to the high tide as Henri comes in and makes landfall. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel, West Dennis, Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mike. And we are also watching what could happen down the line into, say, New York City or Long Beach. You know, multiple alerts are affecting both of these areas. We've got storm surge potential, rip current risk, tropical storm warnings now in place across New York City. And so we have to talk about the impacts that could be coming your way. And what's difficult here is that there are more unknowns than we would like at this point of the forecast, being that Sunday is the day we're, 30, 36 hours away from some of the worst of the weather coming in potentially towards New York City. And Sunday's the day with the worst wind in New York, and the rain to come has been steadily increasing on our forecast. 3 to 5 inches of rain now in the New York City metro area. Starts off by just a couple of showers, really. By the time we get into lunchtime or so, we start seeing that onshore flow, couple of showers here and there. If that were it, wouldn't be a big deal, but it's not it. We see the core of the storm approaching Sunday morning, and that may be before the time you might be up. No, not just New York City, but for all the communities around here, you have to be done with your preparations before you go to bed on Saturday, because by the time you wake up Sunday, it's not going to be pretty out there. The wind will already be arriving. The rain will already be arriving for many of you, and that rain could continue through much of the day on Sunday. That's how we get to the 3 to 5 inches in your forecast, a lot more yellow on this map than previously, although this is, again, very track dependent. If we have a weaker storm that stays farther east, New York City would have less, but eastern Long Island, Connecticut, Rhode Island would have more. So again, it's all track dependent. Here's the Montauk area. Those winds really the big story here. Potentially over 60-mile-per-hour gusts through much of Sunday afternoon. Carl.
Well, we got a new advisory from the Hurricane Center a little over an hour ago, and one of the bigger changes that we saw in that advisory was the addition of the New York City metro area into the tropical storm warnings. So tropical storm warning now in effect. That means tropical storm force winds are expected in the tri-state area. Also, tropical storm warnings added for southeastern New England as well, even as the hurricane watch continues. Well, stay with the Weather Channel for continuing live coverage as Henri takes aim at the Northeast.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with
Evacuate immediately.
oh no, go, go! Oh.
Our coverage continues as we are tracking Henri. A little bit more activity than we've been seeing for the past, year and a half or so across Times Square here. Some people milling about, keeping some distance still, but out nonetheless. This is going to be a different scene over the next couple of days. You're under a tropical storm warning in New York City. That was one of the big changes from the 11 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center while looking at Henri. Now, Henri's really been fighting it today. There's been a lot of shear, some wind coming in this way, a bunch of wind coming in across this way, and that's tilted over the storm fairly dramatically. And because of that, the strengthening trend hasn't occurred. That northern jog has continued, but maybe opening up some of those eastward options for the fleet of options here and the eastern side of that cone because of the weakening that is there right now. That's not to say it won't recover tomorrow and we'll go right back to that move towards the New York City area, which again is under a tropical storm warning, hurricane warnings, Long Island into Connecticut, where currently the forecast brings the storm. But there's some wiggle room here. So again, don't be surprised if there's some changes along these maps tomorrow. Storm surge warning as well, as much as 3 to 5 feet of water above normally dry ground. And along the coast, people are working to prepare for the storm ahead of landfall. Our affiliate WNBC in New York shows us exactly how they're gearing up for Henri.
Tonight, beachgoers looked on from the shoreline instead of in the rough surf, days before a hurricane could make landfall on Long Island.
Been through all this before, so I'm not really worried.
Longtime Point Lookout residents like Phyllis Kunzinger still not sure if they will stick around for the storm. Where do you go?
To a friend's house, further inland. Yeah.
When do you think you'll make that call?
Probably the last minute.
Long Island expected to take a big hit by Henri this weekend, so crews are making preparations now, clearing storm drains and checking tree limbs and power lines, as officials tell residents to take this storm seriously.
Gas up your car. You know what? Get some batteries just in case. You know what? Get some ice and throw it in the freezer in case you look power. This storm has now taken a turn that it is heading our way, and we need to be vigilant.
That's just what John Shimika is doing in Lindenhurst, because where he lives, even a minor storm can put a foot or more of water onto the streets.
If the water rises too high, it comes up through the storm drains and actually floods from down there this way.
Meanwhile, businesses like Bracco's in Freeport also keeping a close eye on Henri before raising up their tables and chairs and putting away all their umbrellas, with Superstorm Sandy always at top of mind.
So with hurricanes, you really can't mess around. Like you said, hopefully it stays east and we move on from there and something like this doesn't happen again, but we always got to be ready.
Well, the hurricane hunters once again getting the job done. Here's video of the crew flying through Hurricane Grace this morning, and now they are getting ready to head to the northeast to support the hurricane hunters that fly into Henri. I wanted to give you the latest on Grace. It is the first major hurricane of the Atlantic hurricane season in 2021, just called a Category 3, 120-mile-per-hour storm as of the 11 p.m. advisory. It is now just about to make landfall there in near Poza Rica in Mexico, so it's going to be a devastating storm along the coast there, but also farther inland as well. The forecast track taking this storm towards Mexico City, which is one of the larger urban areas in the world, about 21 million people in the metro area, and it's also around very mountainous terrain. So as that storm comes in, there is clearly going to be an awful lot of very heavy rain there in Mexico and also a good bit of wind. A very difficult time on the way in Mexico. So here's the hurricane hunters' plan for for Henri. They've got a hurricane hunter, Air Force hurricane hunter in the storm right now, and then the NOAA hurricane hunters are going to be going back out over the next several hours here, 1:30 in the morning and then 4 o'clock in the morning, and they go out to get a good sense of what's going on with the environment around the storm. So there you see the current position of the Air Force hurricane hunters. They've got a device called the Stepped Frequency Microwave Radiometer, and what it does is it scans the ocean surface, and based on the amount of sea spray, you get a certain amount of radiation from that sea spray, and they can tell generally within 10% what the speed of the wind is based on how much sea spray is being kicked up over the ocean. It's pretty remarkable technology, and so they continue to go back and forth in this big cluster of storms around the storm and try to get a really good sense of the character of the storm. Whereas the NOAA hurricane hunters, they were in and around the storm earlier. They are sampling the atmosphere all around the storm, and that data that they are sampling can then be put into the models to try to give us a better idea of where this thing is going. And I tell you, it's been a really interesting journey. What we saw, for the most part, over the last couple of days was a shift to the west, with more of this model guidance moving farther and farther and farther west. There are some models now that want to take the storm directly into New York City. And we were wondering if that trend was going to continue. Well, we just got a new run of the American model, the GFS, and that actually shifted a little bit farther to the east relative to the previous run, more to areas just east of Long Island and Rhode Island. So the jury is still out on exactly where the storm is going to go.
A very significant storm. It has a path that's between 60 and 80 miles. It could stretch anywhere between New Haven and Cape Cod, and I will tell you that Eversource is well prepared. We have just changed our characterization of this storm from a level 4 to a level 3, which means that up to 49% of our customers could be without power for up to 10 days. So customers should be prepared.
Nobody likes to hear that. 49% of the customers out for 10 days. Whew. That's the CEO of Eversource, Connecticut's power company, talking about the steps they're taking ahead of Henri from New York to Long Island to Boston to Cape Cod. 18 million people under tropical alerts right now because of Henri, and I think there's going to be widespread power damage because of widespread tree damage into the Northeast. Wherever this goes, there is going to be some trees that come down along with it. Saturated grounds and gusty tropical winds, right now 70-mile-per-hour winds, but still forecast to increase from there. There's not much way to avoid a damaging tree canopy type event here. 80-mile-per-hour winds in your forecast by Sunday morning, a weakening trend at that point, but probably not weakening fast enough that we won't still have a hurricane on our hands somewhere in this zone from Rhode Island and Connecticut, maybe Long Island, maybe New York City itself. There will likely be a hurricane coming into play sometime on Sunday afternoon. Then stalling out somewhere in this area for a while, and then eventually either spinning itself out across the Northeast or getting its act together and moving northeast as an extratropical low by that point. So, some of these lines, you may see the cones start to fall away because the forecast will then call for a non-tropical low to be sitting over the Northeast or kicked away. Bottom line, Carl, these are real impacts that don't happen every year across the Northeast.
No, this is an unusual thing, and it's something that we actually do expect to see more of. There's been a lot of discussion about that we expect to see tropical cyclones having more of a farther north impact in the future. And so, here's the latest in terms of the tropical storm force wind probability. There was a nudge to the left following the model guidance today to include New York City in the higher probabilities, now up to 70 to 80% right now. And also a big change with the 11 o'clock advisory. The New York City metro area now under tropical storm warnings, which means that tropical storm force winds are expected in the New York City metro area. Now, I want to show you a high-resolution model forecast. This is not necessarily the way that it's going to happen, but it's just meant to give you an idea of how this is going to go down. And so we see on Sunday morning, the storm is approaching at that point. Now, where exactly it's going to be approaching, that still is yet to be determined. There's modeling that's been moving a little farther west, more towards New York City, a lot of it coming into Long Island and then Connecticut. There are still some, Ensemble members and some other models that are even a little farther east. So we're still working on that. But what we know is that after it moves in, then it's going to really dramatically slow down. So that's Sunday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Then we'll go 12 hours forward. Monday, 2 o'clock in the morning, still raining very heavily there. And then we'll go into 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday, and we've still got the heavy rain. So it's just not moving very much at all. And that is a recipe for disaster when you consider that we've had so much rain already within the last week and then last month. In the Northeast, you've got all of this impervious surface, a lot of asphalt and concrete, obviously, in the major metros. You've got a lot of terrain in the Catskills and many parts of New England. You put all of that together along with an exceptionally slow-moving storm that produces perhaps double-digit rainfall in some areas. We could be talking about catastrophic flooding in some areas. That is a possibility with this thing really slowing down. The GFS model not quite as aggressive about that rainfall. Another big worry here here is that you've got this onshore push. And again, as the storm is slowing down, it's going to be an onshore push that goes over several high tide cycles. And so storm surge warnings now in effect for Long Island Sound as well as southeastern New England. And here's a look at the latest storm surge forecast. Another change with the 11 o'clock advisory was to extend that 3 to 5 foot storm surge forecast. And that is the, the worst case. It might not be like that at all of these points, but rather, in fact, it's not expected to be like that at all these points, but rather where the core of the storm comes in, that is going to be the maximum potential. So if the core of the storm comes in there, then that is going to be where that maximum potential is. If the core of the storm comes in there, then that is going to be where that maximum potential is. But it's just meant to give you an idea of what is possible. That is really significant coastal flooding where this storm is coming in. We'll have much more coming up.
And due to the current track of the hurricane, we're strongly recommending that all travelers delay any trips to the Cape and the islands, possibly until Monday when the storm moves out. Additionally, those currently visiting the Cape and Islands this week should consider leaving the Cape on Saturday or find a way to make plans to stay until Monday or Tuesday.
It's a tough balance right now between the residents and the visitors trying to get to the coast before school goes back in session across the Northeast. It's a balance, and we know that there's some active weather, so let's talk about what else we know as Henri is approaching that northeast coast. The governor of Connecticut has declared a state of emergency ahead of the storm. The National Guard activated in both Connecticut and Massachusetts, and in New York City, they preemptively closed the beaches for any swimming on Sunday and Monday to keep people out of the water and out of the wave and rip current threat that could be on the way in. New York City, in fact, under a tropical storm warning as Henri moves closer to the northeast. Dangerous winds, flooding rain looking more and more likely across the area. Our affiliate WNBC shows us how people in New York are preparing and all the other things that they're thinking about that has them on edge right now.
Picturesque sunset Friday in Far Rockaway. The waves on the beach picking up as Henri churns in the ocean, now intensifying as it tracks closer to New York.
You know, all you can do is hope for the best and, hope that it turns, it doesn't come our way.
You hear it tracks a little bit more west. Does that have you a little concerned?
I guess so. It's kind of out of our hands.
Mike Folan is hoping this weekend storm fizzles out.
I think everybody's thinking of Sandy. If you saw what happened to the boardwalk back then and, the businesses and the roads along the beach here, there's a high water mark that's like this high on the ground floor of my building, so it's hard not to think about that.
Neighbors here will tell you it's hard to escape the memories of Superstorm Sandy. Margarita Shakir still gets emotional 9 years later.
And at one point the lights went out and that was the end of it.
The weekend storm is causing increasing concern across the tri-state area and New England.
Henri, such an elegant name, is totally bad timing.
Sunday's 5-borough bike tour has already been postponed. The mayor's still hopeful Henri doesn't spoil Saturday's massive homecoming concert in Central Park.
The last report I got, we think the concert will go, consistently. We think we can get the whole thing in.
For Margarita, she knows all too well how devastating storms can be along this coastal community. Still, she's hopeful it won't cause much damage.
So there's some of the things that New York is dealing with right now and trying to get that balance of, how many events can we still have as the storm is approaching, but still keep people safe. They're used to nor'easters across New England, not really so much hurricanes. The last hurricane was maybe Bob in '91 to come into New England, but nor'easters, still strong coastal lows. They can have wind and rain and pounding waves, but Henri is not a nor'easter. There are some big differences between a tropical system and a wintertime area of low pressure at the coast. So let's talk a little bit more about that with storm specialist Carl Parker. Carl, I think there's a perception that, the coast is always windy and we're used to these big winter storms, so we'll be fine with a tropical storm in this area.
Yeah, well, you know, a lot of those nor'easters come in the fall and winter, and by that time, a lot of the trees have dropped their leaves, and that is huge because when you've got fully leafed trees, what they're able to do is catch a lot more of the wind. They're going to capture much more of that wind than they would if there were no leaves. So when you're talking about bringing in, you know, an exceptionally strong storm, that is going to potentially bring down a lot of trees and cause a lot of power outages, more so than you would see if you didn't have so many trees on the leaves. So that's something that's really different as compared to most nor'easters, which generally happen in the fall and the wintertime, Mark.
I mean, that Connecticut Power Company, Carl, is saying that up to just shy of 50% of the customers could be without power for at least 10 days. Yeah. That's quite the statement this far ahead of the storm.
That's really big. And, you know, the other thing that we have talked about is the difference in the structure of the wind. With a non-tropical system, you tend to have a much larger wind field, and the wind doesn't change that much over that stretch. Whereas with a tropical system, you tend to have a smaller wind field, especially with a hurricane, and then the wind gets much, much stronger towards the core of the system. And so you can actually see that in some of the modeling here. We'll show you one of the model forecasts. This is the GFS model, and you can very clearly see that core structure as it is approaching the coast. So, you know, right in there, and then it shows up even a little bit more right in there. So right there, that's where those exceptionally strong winds could come in. And, you know, along the path of the storm, depending on where it comes in, there could be really widespread tree and power line damage. And so, you know, that too is something that I think is going to be, you know, a little different. I think the potential for wind damage could be greater than what we see with those typical winter storms, Mark.
And that's the new run of the USGFS model. It's showing that core a little bit off to the east compared to where we were looking earlier. And, you know, it's everything's track dependent, including where the worst of the rain goes, Carl. And this is the flash flood guidance for 1 hour. Look at the New York City area, big bullseye of yellow on there. That's 1 inch of rain in 1 hour. That corridor that flooded from Connecticut to eastern Massachusetts the other day, roughly 2 inches of rain in 1 hour. If the path is something like this, that's an easy bet for New York City. But if the path is here, like the new run of the GFS has, well, that zone could see some flooding. You know, it's not just a 1 hour threat. As this updates, look at the 3 hour guidance. This is going to be pretty easy to get to, unfortunately. Flooding looking more likely.
Papa John's.
Well, the Northeast is still drying out from rain from what was once just Tropical Storm Fred. And then the remnant low came through New England, and we had days of rain, leading to scenes like this in Somerville, Massachusetts, where heavy rain flooded the streets. You don't have a lot of time to clean this all up and get all those garbage cans back where they belong, make sure all the storm drains are clear of debris, because more heavy rain is in your forecast as Henri moves in. Now, that rain for Henri is very track dependent, but I'm here to tell you that it may not exactly matter the exact track for flooding, because so many of you are totally saturated. The grounds have no bandwidth, so even a light rain could create more flooding. You look back to July, where just about everybody in southern New England had a top 3 wettest month for the month of July, and that continued into August. In fact, the past few days, we had some significant rains. This was all from the remnants of Fred into the northeast corridor. Some bullseyes there, upstate New York, central PA, then eastern PA, and also a very problematic spot here, Connecticut into Massachusetts, because depending on the exact track that Henri takes, some of that rain could spiral right into those areas. It will not take much to create more flooding. And also look how soggy it is across the mid-Atlantic. I mean, D.C. was getting flash flood warnings basically every night for a week. It was just every thunderstorm was setting up across the district and flooding. So if we even get an outside, rotating band that comes into the mid-Atlantic, we're going to have more flooding. Or it could just be your generic pop-up thunderstorm that does it. That's why the map looks like this, from D.C. to the coast, all of New Jersey into New York City, and much of upstate New York, all included in that chance for flash flooding for tomorrow. That's really ahead of the flooding threat from Henri, because the core of that rain doesn't occur until later Saturday night into Sunday. So that's what this graphic is capturing. Likelihood of flash flooding eastern portions of Long Island into Connecticut, central Massachusetts, portions of Rhode Island. It will really be raining. It'll really be coming down across this area. And again, there's very little room in the soils here to soak up that rainfall. That's kind of the generic look at the rain, but some of the global models are still putting out some huge totals. If the European model winds up being right and the center actually gets that far west, well, then you've got a big problem over southern upstate New York. The USGFS model has been going through some updates this afternoon into this evening, in that the track has at least stopped for now for that westward trend because of potentially a slightly weaker storm now. But even with that, look at this core of heavy rain. That's 5 to 8 inches of rain in eastern Long Island, as well as in easy for me to say, western Massachusetts. Nailed it. The rest of the area under the yellow color, 3 to 5 inches of rain. All of that would be more than enough to create some flooding in the area. So that is a big, big problem with here. You put that together, and this is kind of your baseline look at rain, if it wants to populate, which it doesn't. So we'll go back to the models, Carl, because this is really the potential here. We have that outside chance of a foot plus from the European model.
Yeah.
I think that's the outlier. Right. For how much rain we could get, but it's not off the table at this point either.
Yeah, and that is really a function of that forward speed, and that's something that we've been talking about. And the forward speed of tropical cyclones has actually been decreasing, down by about 20% since 1949. And when you have a slowing system, well, that's going to amplify all of the effects. So right now, a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm on its way to becoming a hurricane, expected to be an 85-mile-per-hour hurricane tomorrow, then an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane as it is approaching very early on Sunday. And then here you see these are 12-hour increments right there. So it is just not moving much at all. Dumping very heavy rain, producing heavy wind, a strong wind over several high tide cycles. So surge is going to be an issue over several high tide cycles. And there you see the probability of tropical storm force winds. That's been edging a little farther to the east to now increase those probabilities in New York. And so tropical storm warnings put up for the first time in the tri-state area with the 11 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center. But we still don't have the exact position of landfall really nailed down at this point. Here's one of our high-resolution models. This is just meant to give you an idea of how this may happen. There's the core of the storm, so that's where the very worst of the wind is going to be. Could be some very heavy rain, though, well west of that core coming into southeastern New York. Here we go into 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. Then we'll go forward another 12 hours. You see, it just has not moved very much at all, and we're getting that exceptionally heavy rain in areas of the interior Northeast, where you've got a lot of terrain there, the Catskills, the Appalachians. And then another 12 hours ahead of time, Monday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we're still seeing heavy rain in a lot of the same spots. But again, the track of the storm is going to have everything to do with who gets the worst of it And while we have seen this shift farther west over the last couple of days, we just recently got just a little jog to the east in the American model, more towards areas near Rhode Island and east of Long Island. So by no means is that settled at this point. We still have to get more model data in, more forecast data in, but we do know that this is going to be a very serious storm for the Northeast. There's no question about that. And stay with the Weather Channel for continuing live coverage as Henri takes aim at the Northeast.
Visible as wireless.
We are following an organizing tropical system coming up the eastern seaboard. Tropical storm Henri, still with current wind speeds near 70 miles per hour. There's some suggestion by the Hurricane Hunter aircraft that maybe not even at 70 miles per hour right now. It's really been fighting off some shear winds coming in from the storm like this, some more wind coming in off the continent and coming into the storm on the north side like that. It squashed the storm down a bit, tilting it over. It's not vertically stacked. You're not going to get fast development, but those winds should be easing, and you've got about 24 hours as a window for some strengthening here. And so by Saturday evening, maybe 85 miles per hour for those winds. Getting a little bit closer to the coast, though, still forecast to be right about at hurricane strength as it approaches the northeast coastline. Notice New York City is in the cone at this point, but so is Boston down the line. A lot of you have the potential to see the storm go by. As for the alerts, New York tropical storm warnings, hurricane warnings, eastern Long Island into coastal Connecticut, and then back to tropical storm warnings in Rhode Island and southern Massachusetts. All that wind moves the water, and a storm surge is likely track dependent, but someone in here could see a significant storm surge. And those numbers have been increasing for, say, the Long Island Sound tonight, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge potential for someone within this zone, especially if it aligns with high tide. When do those winds come in? Well, as early as Sunday morning for most of you. So you need to be ready for this storm tomorrow. Saturday's your last day to prep. Flooding rains begin tomorrow and really increase on Sunday.
And now your tropical update. On this episode of